of the World Economic Forum of Davos. The inaugural session of the AEP was held in Mauritius from 20th to 22nd March this year. The AEP constitutes a great and laudable initiative that cuts across government, business, and academia, and its launch was a defining moment in the history of the continent, as well as a step in the right direction in the implementation of Agenda 2063. The AEP was attended by 9 distinguished heads of state and government, 10 member state representations at the ministerial and ambassadorial levels, 3 representatives from the regional economic communities, 55 from the private sector and academia, and 5 young entrepreneurs and members of civil society, as well as officials of both the African Union Commission and the African Union Foundation. The first meeting has been an inspiring success that demonstrated a shared vision, commitment, and determination among the African leaders for a paradigm shift in shaping the future of Africa. I will start the final part of my speech to showcase one African country, that's my own country, Mauritius, which latest available economic indicators place at a relatively successful level. At the time of our independence in 1968, an economic study was commissioned, and it was Professor Titmuss and Professor Mead, James Mead, who was professor at the LSE from 1947 to 57, and who won the 1977 Nobel Memorial Prize in Economic Sciences. These 2 experts painted a very gloomy picture of the island's economic future, saying, I quote, "Heavy population pressure must inevitably reduce real income per head. That surely is bad enough in a community that is full of political conflict. The outlook for peaceful development is poor." End of quote. But fortunately, time has proved their relative pessimism was not totally well placed. Mauritius has demonstrated in no uncertain terms that African countries can escape from the low-income trap if they focus on the right policies and actions. At the time of independence, Mauritius was a monocrop economy based on sugar. It was a tropical country, still is, constantly at risk from adverse weather conditions. We also had to contend with lack of infrastructure and an overpopulation issue. But how did we overcome all these challenges and came out successful? We successfully negotiated preferential access to our sugar to the European market, which allowed windfall gains from exports of sugar to be reinvested into the newly set up manufacturing sector, especially textile. We opened the economy for investors, and our people successfully learned the tricks of the trade to set up their own manufacturing plants. Along with the sustained success in our export processing zones, we developed the right framework to attract tourists into Mauritius. At the same time, a successful birth control strategy was put in place, and great importance placed on education and health of the masses. In addition, the public-private partnership was also given great importance, and NGOs, non-governmental organizations, were given full assistance and the freedom to complement the work of government. Our economic diversification strategy was up and running. In the 1990s, we gambled on the development of the financial services sector, in particular offshore activities, to create a new pillar. Since the early 2000s, growth has been driven through ICT and BPO activities. Strong institutions, political stability through unfailing 5-yearly elections, adherence to the rule of law, and preferential access to markets have allowed us to develop new sectors without reducing the importance of others. In 1960, the per capita income, that's before independence, was around a mere $200. But today, it is around $9,600, which places us in the upper middle income bracket in economic terms. But we are still not satisfied, however. The ambition of the present government is to take the country to the higher income bracket. We have recently embarked ourselves on an Africa strategy, which aims at positioning Mauritius as a preferred platform for multinational corporations to structure their investments into Africa. We can be to Africa what London is or has been to the EU. Must be up to date in my... And what Hong Kong and Singapore are for Asia. We are consolidating our credentials as an international financial sector of good repute. Mauritian investors have already established a presence in Africa. The continent is the preferred destination for our investors, and it is the destination of 60% of our investment outflow for the amount of around $45 million US, in comparison to Europe 20% and Asia 13%. There are currently some 120 Mauritian companies that have invested in 24 countries of the continent in 16 sectors. These include professional services, financial services, business services, agribusiness, logistics and distribution, and manufacturing. In order to support our Africa strategy, the Mauritian government has taken a number of steps. The first step is setting up of the Multi-Africa Fund. An amount of $14.2 million has been allocated to the fund for a period of 5 years. And the Mauritius Africa Fund objectives are, firstly, assistance to the development of joint ventures between businesses in mainland Africa and Mauritius. Secondly, steering development of integrated projects such as the setting up of special economic zones, technology parks, logistic parks. We are already at an advanced stage in the process of setting up special economic zones and parks in Ghana, Senegal, Cote d'Ivoire, and Madagascar. Thirdly, participate in the equity financing of businesses investing in viable projects in any African country. The second step in supporting Mauritian enterprises seeking to expand their exports into the African market. A subsidy of 25% of freight cost on containers is provided for exports in Africa. A 50% subsidy on the cost of credit guarantee insurance for exports into Africa is also provided. The third step is working with African countries to set up the necessary framework for businesses. For instance, we are continuing to expand our DTAAs, double taxation avoidance agreements, and the IPAAs, investment promotion and protection agreements with African countries. We are also setting up permanent joint commissions with a number of African countries. We are reviewing our air access policy to transform Mauritius into a regional aviation and tourism hub, and engaging in negotiations for the conclusion of bilateral air services agreements with a view to improving air connectivity between Mauritius and the continent. Mauritius, along with countries participating in the accelerated program for economic integration, including Mozambique, Malawi, and Seychelles and Zambia, signed a memorandum of understanding to facilitate the movement of business people. Finally, every year we are offering 50 scholarships to African citizens to study in our tertiary education institutions. Ladies and gentlemen, I've been a bit long, but I'm going to conclude now. To conclude, I would emphasize that the future of Africa is bright. It is a continent blessed with so much more than natural resources. As you dig deeper, you will find a continent full of life, pride, and courage. We certainly have made progress. Nonetheless, we still have a long way to go. All in all, friends, our intentions are subsumed in this statement by the President of Rwanda, His Excellency Paul Kagame. I quote, "Africa's story has been written by others. We need to own our problems and solutions and write our story." End of quote. With this in mind, I wish you very fruitful deliberations and a successful Africa Summit. Thank you.
Thank you, Your Excellency, for the informative speech. You've indeed laid a solid foundation for the discussions today. So we'll dive straight into our first panel, which is the Security and Justice panel. And we'll start with a research paper presentation by Bukola Adeyemi Oyeniyi, and he'll be presenting on technology, negotiating tomorrow's armed conflict and terrorism in West Africa. So we have a change of plans. We'll dive directly into the panel discussion. May I please have the panelists?
talked about the diversity of the issues affecting terrorism across Africa, because and when we look at conflict in Africa, we're not just looking at terrorism. Terrorism is new in a sense because of the magnitude and the manner in which it has affected the continent. But if we look at conflict as a whole, we see what it does to the continent. So if you look at the current conflicts we have in South Sudan, in the Lake Chad Basin, we see how they have affected normal life. So you're having, for example, a famine in a country where they have fertile land. In South Sudan, for example, they have perfect weather, they've got all they need, but because there is conflict, that affects, it has a spillover effect, and now you've got hundreds of thousands, millions of people at risk. Same with Somalia, same with Lake Chad Basin. So we will get into those individual complexities, because we sometimes talk about Africa not being a country, it's a continent. But at the same time, there are some things that are also similar that make Africa a country in a sense. So we'll go to Laurie, and maybe you can add your contribution to the question of what African leaders and African governments can do to respond to terrorism.
Thank you. Thanks for giving me the floor, and I'd like to thank the organizers for inviting me, and through me, the Institute for Security Studies. It's as my predecessor said, it's a great honor to be here at LSE to discuss this important topic. And since the chair stressed the importance of micro-level analysis, I'd like to take you on a tour to Mali to share with you the result of a recent study my team and I conducted, during which we interviewed more than 60 youth formerly involved in jihadist groups all across the country, whether it was in Akim, in the north of Mali, in Katiba Masina in the center, and even groups that were active at the border between Mali and Côte d'Ivoire. And this study is very interesting because it produces empirical data on from actors formerly involved. It's one of the first studies that did that in the context of Mali. And it complements nicely a lot of the perception studies that we have on an important phenomenon that actually is a preoccupation for all of us. The result of that study are actually quite surprising because they show that we might have missed the target. They showed that the perception that we have of that phenomenon might be slightly different from the reasons why people actually get involved. For example, the result shows that religion is not that important a factor. And so when we see that a lot of the responses developed by states, international partners are linked to de-radicalizing the youth, well, we might actually be going around the problem. The result shows that protection for oneself, one's family, one's community, and one's income-generating activity is an important factor. This means that the presence of the state is vital to the resolution of that issue, because a lot of young people actually explain that they joined some groups because it was the best way in the context of uncertainty to protect what they had, to protect themselves. And so this is a vital result because it shows that when the state is absent, basically those groups can thrive. So to come back to the specificity of the question the chair raised, while we try and develop big strategy at the national, regional, and even sometimes continental level, those groups actually build their action on local dynamics and tensions that are overlapped or diluted when you try and develop a national strategy. So the first thing I believe governments should do is to try and understand the problem at the bottom, to try and see what actually allowed those movements to develop, to grow, and to take control of swaths of territory. Most of the time they react using force. Force, unfortunately, is necessary when those movements have taken the shape and the scope that they've now taken. But this action alone will not be able to bring important and urgent answers that have to go through development of the education system, as Bakary raised, global, general actions that should just improve the livelihood of community, including communities that are not in the center, but that are rather at the periphery. And I'll maybe stop here, and I'm happy to continue discussing this very important issue, which, and maybe one more point before giving back the floor, which should not be treated, although it has a global, of course, dimension, cut and paste solutions won't work. Because even just in Mali, what works in Kidal won't work in Mopti, what works in Sikasso won't work in Kai. And so as a result, what worked in Uganda or Kenya will not necessarily work in Kenya. And the way in which the issue is manifests itself in London or Brussels is definitely the type of answers that are necessary are different in other places.
Okay, that you're opening up a can of worms, if I can call it that way. But we will get back to that. I'll just let Timmy speak, and then we'll come right back to that.
Yes, I think I have to agree with you on that, because part of the challenges we've always have in Africa is that terrorism is not new to Africa. I think what is new is that it's being modernized through the use of technology, through the connectivity in between people, so that we now have a global village. So it's not like those days when you need to get to a phone before you could talk to somebody. So as a result, government need to understand the people that they serve. And in dealing with terrorism, we need to have a terrorism that is people-driven. To deal with terrorism, we need a strategy that is people-driven. Now, if it's people-driven, there will be quick solution to it. So when you look at the issue of the Boko Haram and how it started, it was all about, institutions, which is security institutions, that are not doing what they were supposed to do. They are not, arresting people the way they should arrest them. They are not dealing with them in a fair way. Because when you look at northern Nigeria, where I grew up and went to school before coming to the UK, you have an area where it's mainly an Islamic kind of Muslim environment, but they've always had Sharia. So if people start, agitating for a stricter Sharia rule, then you need to ask the question, why are they doing that? And we know from research is because they believe leaders are corrupt, that they've seen a lot of money being mentioned in the newspaper, but yet it's not actually trickling down to the people. And that's the reason why terrorism grew. So in order to deal with terrorism, I believe strongly that there need to be more of a local drive to deal with terrorism. As we speak today, we've talked about de-radicalization, or what I call deconstruction of individuals that are involved in violent extremism. But yet there are no good examples or success story from Nigeria to say this individual was involved in violent extremism, is now living in X city, employing X number of children or youths working for him and doing this. There's no example of that. What the government is quick to do is cheap publicity, where they bring individuals and parade them in front of the TV to say they are denouncing terrorism. It doesn't work like that. There are different drivers to terrorism. And until we understand those drivers to terrorism and use those drivers as the basis for formulating policies at local level, we will not be able to get rid of violence extremism completely.
Okay, so we'll carry on the discussion in no particular order, but Bakary, because this is a bit of your specialty, I'll go into what exactly, we're talking about the local drivers, but how much does the actual religious angle have to do with things? How much of a role does it play in the actual radicalization and in the effects that we see on the ground in terms of the violence?
Okay, in the beginning of my speaking, I talk about the consequences of what happened in the 17th in the country. Because of poverty, numerous of countries came to Africa and invest on social welfare, invest on education, because the state was failed. And they impose us a parallel educational system. You have the official one with the public state, and you have other educational systems in Arabic or in Islamic schools, which is different from the public school. And the two kind of school are not teaching the same values. And this means that inside the continent, in a lot of countries, you have in Niger, in Mali, in Senegal, in Chad, and other countries, you have, we had a very, originally in Africa, we have a very peaceful Islam with local scholars. But from the 17th until now, they impose us the Salafism and the Wahhabism. We have to name the things we can call it. And this creates a kind of clash of religious model inside the countries. You can see it in Uganda. You can see the same thing in Senegal, in Mali, and that create a clash between what we call a local and very traditional Islamic trend and the new trends, which think that the Islam we are practicing in Africa is not the real one. They want to impose us from outside to purify our way of practicing Islam. They consider the African Muslim not as inferior, but people who need to be taught what is Islam really. And you can see this phenomenon in Nigeria with the Izala movement in the 19th until the rise of Boko Haram. You have the same thing. If you see in Mali, for example, between the Sheikh Mahmoud Diko and Sulaim Madani Aidara and other scholars, we have this kind of problem. Even the religion is not the main root of terrorism that play a role ideologically, and I think that we have to understand how our states will impose parallel educational system, and how we want to build a nation, one series of educational system that create conflicts and many troubles in our countries.
Okay, just going through what you have all talked about. You've mentioned certain things. You've talked about the failures in government. You've talked about particularly, corruption and leadership problems and spillover into poor education and unemployment. Are we in a sense saying that this form of violence would have come about anyway, regardless of whether it's in the form of Islamist terrorism or whatever it is? Are we saying that those failures in leadership and in governance and in justice inevitably would have produced some kind of problem of this sort?
I'll say so. Not giving up my age, I remember in the early 90s as a student of politics in the University of Usmanu Danfodio University, formerly known as University of Sokoto, I used to be a member of a social club. And we enjoy ourselves as students do, drinking palm wine and the rest. But one of the days, I got woken up in the middle of the night, and told, you need to leave the school now because your name had been listed as one of the guys to be killed. And this was done by people we called Ostars. We call them Ostars, which is Muslim fanatics. They were in the school, and what they do is that when you're holding gatherings like this, they come outside and start shouting, Allah Akbar, we don't want you to hold this because this is un-Islamic. Now, I'm talking of the 90s. That has been the early 90s. So these groups have always been there, but they've always been tolerated by the establishment because they are either sympathetic. And when Boko Haram started, it started as a little group of individuals who were giving out tips, little tapes, and people encourage them, or sympathize with it, or, look at it from the other side, leave it alone. And because we don't have strong institutions that could come out and say, no, this is wrong, or when they come out with hard hand and more or less try to crush those individuals. And that's the challenge that we have. Radicalization have always been in places like Nigeria, for example, in northern Nigeria, where when I was growing up as a young boy on the street, where you see girls wearing skirts that walk, they stone them that they should not wear skirts or things like that, or trousers. So these things have been there, and leaders have not actually dealt with. Just like my brother said earlier, a challenge we have is that we have weak institutions, we have leaders that are more interested in acquiring wealth rather than actually deal with, the challenges on the ground. I know things are changing now. I know democracy is moving in, but we need to look at radicalization as it happens, because as we speak, for every one Boko Haram member that is killed, 2 or 3 others have been radicalized. 3 or 4 other people are sympathetic to the ideology itself. They might not agree.
Is it necessarily radicalization, or are they just being picked up because they've got nothing else to do, really? Or can we for sure say that every member of these groups can explain to you the ideology, or are they just unemployed people who are just picked up and brought into the groups?
Growing up in northern Nigeria, I know that and I'm just giving an example from the south, because I come from the south. I lived in the north for a long time, and I could give you 2 examples that will explain this. If I walk up to you and slap you in the middle of the street in Lagos, for example, people will still stop to ask, why are you having this argument? What caused it? And you might have an elderly person that will say, why did you? And you give your own experience. It came over and slapped me. If I slap you in the north and I said, oh, you just insulted Islam, nobody will turn around to ask you, did you insult Islam? The next thing is to kill you instantly. Now that tells you the level of education, the level of awareness, as I believe, and the fact that people have blind devotion to religion at that level. And nothing has been done to help to change that perception, where you could say, at least you should be able to question things. You just don't take things as it's given to you. That is
so it's
part
easier
of the
to
challenge.
radicalize people.
Exactly.
Okay. Anyone else want to respond to that point?
I want to respond to something else, not necessarily your question, but I don't want it to pass, so let me just come back to it. While I do agree with my colleague when she emphasizes the point that we really need to ensure that we understand the local drivers of what we're talking about, I think it's also important for us to qualify that up and also recognize that in the global village that we live in right now, there's also an element that goes beyond the local drivers. And in the work that I have been involved in when it comes to conflict issues, I think that one of the fundamental issues as at now is challenging everyone that's involved in the response to think local and do work on getting the local analysis and the context at that level, but at the same time have the global picture. So we have to think local indeed and unpack all these things, but at the same time we have to have a global picture. So we have to think local and act globally. That said, also I think we have to understand that the impact of what is happening at some level becomes global. So I do agree with her that, we have to understand that the context and are different, but I think we cannot ignore the layers of intervention and analysis that need to happen, as well as interventions that are happening at different levels. So I just wanted to emphasize that.
If I may react to that.
Yeah.
Oh, sorry, Bakari. You're a gentleman, so
Yeah,
Sure. Go ahead, Larry.
No, I think you were raising a very important issue, Brenda, which is the issue of scales.
Yeah.
And interlinking.
And the fact that those scales do not happen independently from each other. The reason why I believe it's important to emphasize local understanding of the issues, it's because since this is a global problem, we tend to look at the global scale. There's actually not enough work, in my view, that looks at the local, which doesn't mean that everything should look only at local issues. Those are blocks that are interrelated, but currently the focus is on the global discourse, on global jihad, on religious insurgencies, on militant Islam, and I feel that if we stay at that global level, then we miss very important leverages that can, if that's English, that can help us deal with the issues at the local level and slowly have an impact also on what goes on at the global level. So I don't see contradictions in it. I just think we need, as researchers, because this is my business, to look at what goes on a more local stage. What I want to emphasize is that and I'm not speaking for Nigeria.
Oh, yeah.
I'm not speaking for other places, but in the context that I know, engagement in violent extremist groups was not the result of a religious indoctrination. In very few cases, it was the case. It was the case in some cases, but generally speaking, those who got involved did not get involved as a result of religious indoctrination. This is at the let's say foot soldiers level. We don't have a lot of data on middle level people and on top leadership level. And nothing in my knowledge allows me to say that it's necessarily the same across the board. But what this means is that if we manage to solve issues linked to governance, linked to development, we will be able to cut some of the push, because you were talking about the drivers, some of the drivers that lead people to get involved.
Sorry, I just interrupt you there for a sec. So if we look at, say, the way the Islamic State works in the Middle East, Daesh as some people call it, versus the Boko Harams and the Al-Shabaabs, are we saying that is why, for example, those groups have been able to operate in a certain way and even attract a certain type of crowd? Meanwhile, the African ones have not necessarily been able to attract foreign fighters, and even what they talk about when they have their ideology, or if you look at, say, Al-Shabaab, for example, which tends to target Somalia and Kenya more, and has struggled to make an inroad into Ethiopia.
What's a foreign fighter in Africa? In West Africa, where borders are open. In Akim, you have people from Burkina. You've got people from Senegal. In Libya,
poor border policing, for example, or are you talking about just the local cultural context?
It's not just that they're porous, it's that there is free movement in West Africa. You can go and work wherever you want. And so in that context, trying to define what a foreign fighter is, it's actually quite difficult. This is a concept that is quite popular in Western analysis, but which I find very difficult to apply personally in the West African context that I work on. And if I can come back to the issue of radicalization, I think when we see groups that commit act of, that we qualify, although I'm not sure I know what it means, that are qualified as violent extremist acts, we then say, oh, these people are radicalized. I think this actually blinds us in many ways. It prevents us from trying to see why these people are committing those acts and what is the message that they want to put forward. I think we should ask ourselves why, in the first place, they got involved in those groups. We should also ask ourselves whether they agree with the larger actions of the groups that they're involved in. And I think we need to have a much better understanding of the sociology and working of those groups if we want to find a way to stop the actions which in the end, becomes what we call terrorism.
Okay, Bakary?
Okay, when working in the framework of a report about radicalization in the Sahel region, I attempted to know what will be the African perception and African definition of this concept, radicalization, violent extremism. And I met a sheikh from Nigeria, Sheikh Ibrahim Saleh Al-Husseini, who is the Mufti of Nigeria, who said something very interesting. He said that radicalization, violent extremism is the the combination between the arrogance of injustice and the ignorance of those feeling themselves victims. And it was really interesting because we sometimes, when we deal with this phenomenon, we just have a Western conception of this phenomenon and sometimes the Western agenda, which is not ours. And I think that we have a shared responsibility. A shared responsibility about radicalization and violent extremism because of what the Sheikh called the arrogance of injustice. The arrogance is of injustice in two levels, internally with bad governance and in a national level also. And you can see that even in the countries they solve all their development problems, they have jihadi people who go to Syria. That means that nowadays we have a kind of seek of meaning we, in one step of our history, we think that, yes, economy, the market solve all the problem. And some powerful countries, some very rich countries are imposing their volunty to others, and even in the United Nations. And this makes some people to be against an international system. Even people, the poverty is not the only cause. Okay. If it was just poverty, you have some French people, some Germans, some people from UK who go to Syria. Why? Because they are seeking of a kind of meaning. They don't find solution in the actual economical and political system imposed to all over the world by powerful countries.
Okay, just for the sake of time, I would like us to move on to a broader scale of approaching things, and that's the regional, continental approach. The African Union as a whole, I don't know, a lot of you, some of you work with the think tanks and you deal with the African Union as well. So I'd like to get your view of how the African Union has handled things so far and what can be changed, because the African Union is an organization that has come under intense criticism for inaction, for inadequate action. What do you have to say about that, Brenda, maybe?
So, talking about the African Union, and I'm glad that we have a member state here. I think the African Union, let's recognize the fact that the African Union takes the issue of terrorism, prevention and combating terrorism seriously, in the sense that
sorry, can I interrupt you just a second? Yes. And you can also talk beyond terrorism and talk about conflict as a whole.
Yes, in the sense that it's a constant agenda on the Peace and Security Council agenda of the African Union. Last year alone, there were several meetings that were held, open sessions, closed sessions, envoys were sent and appointed to deal with this issue. The African Union does have mechanisms that are intended to combat terrorism, which date back to the 90s. Before even the African Union came about, they had already adopted the convention, the 1999 convention. And then subsequently, there's been protocols, there's been plan of actions to try and implement the convention and just to respond to more, to the current challenges that are coming with terrorism and conflict in general. But I think the most important instrument that they have is the protocol establishing the Peace and Security Council. That puts into place a very elaborate mechanism, the African Peace and Security Architecture, a very elaborate mechanism for prevention, management, and resolution of conflict, including terrorism. I think where the African Union has done best is to try as much as possible to facilitate the coordination of efforts and also to facilitate the I would say the information sharing and to put in place mechanisms that ensure that there's also experience sharing among member states. They've also been instrumental in the research aspect of the work through the establishment of the African Center for the Study and Research on Terrorism in Algeria. Where the African Union is failing, I think, in my view, is that like any other issue that the African Union tends to talk about at that level, oftentimes it misses the nuance and the experience of the ordinary people that are affected. I've been in many African Union meetings where the only people that are present and who are talking about these issues are government officials. And despite the fact that the African Union, as for example, has put in place the Livingston formula, which is a formula that has to facilitate ordinary people coming to speak to the Peace and Security Council when they're discussing these issues. So I think there's something there. at the African Union in terms of a foundation and mechanism that would facilitate some prevention, that would facilitate research, and that would also facilitate some cross-cutting responses, but still so much needs to be done. The other thing is that despite what the African Union is doing, most of the initiatives of the African Union is sponsored from the north, and there's very little drive in, and because of that, even the narrative is northern-driven as opposed to African-driven. So I think we need to do more in terms of driving our leaders, the African leaders, to make sure that the response and the narrative is led by the people.
Okay, so for example, look at AMISOM in Somalia, which is operating in the way it is, but has a lot of back and forth with the EU, for example, because the EU funds the AMISOM, and if the EU pulls out its funding, AMISOM is crippled. So, Laurie, maybe you can respond to that as well. We're talking about African solutions for African problems, but if the Africans can't even fund their own projects, then how are they going to effectively find solutions and also act independently without any pushback from outside actors?
I think you're raising an important point. The issue of funding for peace and security issues, and I think this issue has been an important one that has been debated largely. It's actually a debate not just between the AU and the EU, but also between the AU and the UN. It's actually also a debate between regional economic communities and the African Union. So I think the issue of being able to fund our own initiatives on the continent is an important one. But I can't help and ask myself, when at the UN level we agree that something is a threat to peace and security globally, then there's also a responsibility for the world to contribute. We don't raise that type of issue, for example, for the UN mission in Haiti. And so I think we do need to strike a balance. We haven't clearly found it. We might be overly donor-driven in terms of the funding when it comes to solving African issues. But I think we are living in an interdependent world, and we need to find ways to actually sustain our initiatives. It does mean that we need to find better solutions to fund what we do in Africa, and I think the panel headed by, it was Kagame, promoted some of those issues. Before him, the former Nigerian president also attempted to find solutions to that. So it's a very important question, but at the same time, I'm wondering, when we focus on funding peace operations on the continent, it means that we have failed when it comes to prevention. And I think this is maybe what should attract more attention, more funds. And it's also sad because at the AU level, a lot of work that is done underground. Because of the history of the African Union, because of the history of this organization, especially when it was busy fighting apartheid, a lot of the work that was being done was not talked about. And there are some success that are never made public. What we focus on, and especially as researchers, as media organization, is the failures. You know, whenever the AU, whenever ECOWAS, whenever SADC fails at finding a solution, this is what we focus on. But I think we should maybe spend some time also documenting successes. And the ambassador mentioned the last one from ECOWAS, the way in which they managed the crisis in the Gambia, the threat of using force and how it actually allowed for a diplomatic solution to be found. Those cases do exist. They're not always made public, and they definitely should generate more attention. And I think this would help creating a more positive discourse on our continent.
You all have done a lot of work in this field. Do you feel that as you know, the researchers, the experts, the analysts, the activists, are you being listened to? Is your voice getting out there? Are there any successes in that regard? And what role can you play? What better role can you play?
I've been in this field for quite some time, and I think I come from more of a practitioner perspective. Having worked in government, I know that representing Western countries, I come across a lot of my African brothers, And they say, oh, yeah, it'd be good for you to come into Africa and come and help us, when you're out there, out of the system. And then you realize that when you're out of the system, you talk, they applaud, but you don't get called. And I think it's because everything is more of a club from an African perspective. That's the way I see it. I get more calls in Europe, to get involved in Europe, to get involved in parliaments across, Europe. You get a call to come and help, write a paper, do things like that. But when it comes to Africa, it's as if it's just those set of group of people that do things. And I'm not saying they're not doing a good work. I think the challenge we have is getting more of the African diaspora involved in the debate, because part of the challenge, the beauty of it is that we have a lot of experience, both at the practical level, because we come from the continent, and from an European perspective, because we've seen how policies have moved into implementation. And that's one thing the British, civil servants could, applaud themselves for, that they're very good in moving from policy to implementation. That's what we're trained to do. So when you see things and you see all this big work that is being done, and I go on the African Union website and I see a lot of work that they're doing, I'm like, why is it that this is not actually trickling down, to the grassroots? And I think that is where we say we need to talk more in the area of intervention early warning system, working with the team. I'll give you a classic example. We've been talking about the Chibok girls, for example. I was one of the advocates that went out and shouted about it. And then the government came out and said, oh, we're doing this, we're doing that. We're getting another 83 girls, and we've not heard anything about the 83 girls. But how many African ladies have actually, gone to to Nigeria to say, what, you talked about the 83 girls, where are they? What's happening about the Chibok girls? Why is it that the command and control? Because they come up and say, this is our command and control. And I look at it and say, is this your command and control? Is this what you're doing? You could do better than this. That's the challenge we have. I think, like being mentioned earlier in terms of the peer group, need to be more more challenging. They need to be more visible, where leaders are not actually delivering what they need to deliver. We're not saying that there's a lot, because there's a lot of firefighting that is happening. There's a lot of challenges. So we understand that certain priorities might get lost along the way. But if only, there is more scrutiny of what is happening, there's more injection of the diaspora skill set, more, things like the African centers like this, government invest money into such perspective, not just individual donors, but government coming in to say, like the Nigerian government, what is the other soft target initiative that we could use rather than hardware approach to countering terrorism? If they do more of that and they take those initiatives and embed it, we'll see a lot of differences.
Okay. Bakari?
Yeah. Sometime as a researcher or scholars, I'm amazed to hear from some African authorities that they read our report and they receive our report from the European Union, because they not give very they're not interested. Sometimes I feel that they are not interested on what we are doing as research, and I think that African Union is facing not only lack of resources, finances, but lack of agenda. An African agenda. We are familiar in the continent with the top-down solution, and more in my work, I'm trying to promote the bottom-up approach by building community resilience. We have in Africa, we have communities, we have kind of solidarities, we have religious leaders, we have some very active civil society, and we can base our activity on those actors and build community resilience. For example, we have a program in Senegal called Educating for Peace, and we try to work in the perspective from the African perspective on basing our strategy on African cultural resources. For example, when one minister came from France and talk about de-radicalization, I say, no, here we are not working on de-radicalization, but we are working on the strategy of rehabilitation exploitation by social inclusion. And I think that our world now is a globalized market with different offers from everywhere. We African to put our offer in the good place and to stop to be just a continent which is importing ideology, but trying from now to propose alternative. And we have the resources for, and we have scholars, and we have cultural resources to exist as real actors in this field.
Okay, we're quickly running out of time, so we'll be taking some questions shortly. I just want to steer off the general terrorism and armed conflict topic for a second and go to a social issue, which is gender-based violence. How can policies in Africa better protect women and girls? And maybe, I don't know what the format is for getting the questions, but yeah, maybe after we go through that very briefly, unfortunately, we'll go to the questions. Anyone would like to respond to that?
They're looking at the ladies.
I don't want to have a gender problem.
Ladies first.
They would say you are speaking in the place of women now. Yeah.
No.
Equality
I
also
want to hear from the men.
Okay. I think that the gender-based violence also in this subject also sometimes we have not our own agenda also. And I was in Niger and I was discussing with some women association. It was a discussion between some Islamic movement and one representative of women organization. The guy from the Islamic association say, okay, I'm not talking to you. You are not the representative of the women. I would like to talk. You are the woman who you are working with foreign NGOs. And what he said that now women association even in Africa are not working with their own agenda. I think that we have also in this subject exactly some resources from African culture. For example, from about human rights, about women's rights. Also, we have example. We have some resources in the continent, and we do not explore more these possibilities. And I think that regarding to terrorism or violence or conflict, also in this subject, I think that African women are working in a local level. They are. I think that we have some improvement in the continent, and we have to base our strategy on cultural resources. And sure, we need cooperation through international collaboration. But I think that it's my point of view. The women in the continent are improving their own situation, and just sometimes we have a lack of political volunteer from the leaders.
Anyone else before we go to the questions?
I just wanted to say that I think without going into details about how GBV becomes very significant in the topic that we're talking about and the conflict, is how we can just simply look at what happened to the Chimboko girls. I think that in itself tells a lot. Young girls are abducted overnight by people that have no bearing whatsoever to their future, and the world rises up and suddenly starts talking about this issue and just looks at how vulnerable the women and girls are in this context, and years later they show up with children. I think that really has so much to say about what we're talking about and how vulnerable the women are when we talk about conflict, when we talk about, rape being a mass weapon of conflict. Yeah, that's all I can say on this.
So really, governance, I think, again,
protection of women,
justice on a daily
recognizing the
basis.
special needs of women and the vulnerability of women in this context,
Okay.
and how we can just protect them better. But in any case, I was brought up by very strong parents that ensured that I was a powerful woman. So I didn't learn about how vulnerable a woman is until much later in my youth when I interacted. So I think we also there's also a responsibility of parenting and socialization that needs to happen.
So then definitely the community starts from the community's role.
Has to.
Good. Right. So we'll go to questions from the floor. I'll begin with the gentleman here, and then the lady right here. So maybe a microphone can come down to him. Please, it would be good if you could keep your questions clear and concise so that we can respond and also get through as many questions as possible in the time we've got.
Thank you all for a very interesting perspective, and there were a lot of very great insights in what you have said. But there is one really important dimension of security that is missing from this conversation, which is the ways in which discourse around national security, particularly counterterrorism operation, is used across the continent to legitimize and justify oppressive political agendas. Isn't that part of an important aspect of this conversation?
Would you like to address that?
Shall we take a couple of questions, or you want to take them?
Okay, maybe we can have a second question here.
Thanks for a very good introductory panel. I'd like to ask about the importance of education, which I think is missing from the discussion, and also the class, if you like, complex that comes into it. Going back to the Boko Haram situation, this was in northeastern Nigeria, a rather poor part of the country. These girls were from very poor families. If those girls had disappeared from Abuja, and it was a posh girls' school, I tell you, the world would have heard about it much sooner. So when we're looking at issues of particularly internal security, I think there's an issue around the way that the class system itself reproduces systems that you'd expect elsewhere. We know that there are private security firms that protect the very rich and so on, not just people in power, which I think is something that should be commented on as well.
Okay, one last question before they respond. Yeah.
Thank you also for your panel. My question relates to the idea of technology and how the access to information and the same respect education is driving the spread of conflict and terrorism, because we find that here in the Western Hemisphere there's this idea that the Islamic State is radicalizing people through the use of technology, but you'd imagine that that would be a way to get people out of, you know, poor education and lack of information. And if that is something that you're finding is beneficial or working against peace and security, because peoples are very much maintained in different silos of thought.
Okay. We'll go to the first question.
Yes. I think I will have to agree with you that there is a kind of an hypocrisy in the way in which counterterrorism policies are being used. Like I mentioned earlier, I worked in the Office for Security and Counterterrorism in the Home Office here. And during that time, I worked on the contest strategy from a prevent perspective. Now, most of the Western countries and some African countries have, strategies that are open out there in the public domain so that you could scrutinize it and check it out. I'll give anybody $1 million, even though I don't have it, if you could show me the Nigerian counterterrorism strategy. Is not out there in the public domain. So how do you scrutinize a strategy that is not out there? But more importantly is the fact that sometimes, you look at the way the Nigerian government, for example, have dealt with the issue of the El Zaki gentleman who the ECOWAS court has actually said that his continuous detention is not right. It's against his human right, and yet they refuse to release him. The way in which they destroyed his home and his things. I'm not saying that I agree with his message. I'm not saying that I agree with his ideology or his approach, but I'm saying that too wrong does not make it right. If your claiming that you're a democratic country, then you must have a democratic approach to tackling terrorism, and you must not use the instruments of government to oppress organizations, because in doing this, you radicalize the individuals under them, or if we don't use the word radicalize, you get people against you, people that don't believe in that country you call Nigeria, just like you have the Biafrans who are saying they're being killed, they don't carry arms, but their members are being killed continuously, and every time you raise an issue about it, the government shuts you down. And those are the kind of things that we need to deal with.
So it's counterintuitive. For example, I see that in a lot of reports coming from Human Rights Watch and Amnesty about Nigeria, about Kenya as well, their response to these suspects or members of these groups. Can we go quickly to the education question? Anyone willing to tackle that? Do you mind just saying that in one sentence, just your question out loud again?
In other words, I'm saying that there's a need, I guess, structurally for a better education system in place, and also because there's a class nexus around education, it depends on where you are. That's how the terrorism is more likely to affect you. If you're very poor and you're in a poor area, which has much more of an effect than if you're rich and effectively insulated from a lot of that. And the terrorists themselves, as has been said, have this issue around being able to dribble people into the system because they have a limited amount of education themselves. So with a better educational system in place, structurally, we should have less of these breakaway groups happening.
Agree?
Yeah, I agree with you that education is probably the best way of bringing up the general quality of life in a lot of regions, including those that are currently affected. I just want to say that there might not be such direct links to be established when it comes to such a complex phenomenon. And I'll give you one example of a young person who was involved in Ansar Din in the region of Kidal in northern Mali. This person got involved not because he was unemployed, he actually had a job working as a mechanic, not because he was uneducated, he was actually trained by a European country in the context of fighting youth radicalization. He joined because he was part of a clanic structure in which the head of their clan had a brother who was threatened to be killed if the entire clan was not joining. This is just to give you examples of there are no magic bullet solutions. Even if everyone was well educated, there would still be ways of coercing people into doing things that they don't want to do when there is injustice, when there is lack of presence of the states. And so, yes, I would say education is an important part of it. And Bakary earlier mentioned the difficulties of making sure that everyone going through different school systems have similar opportunities when they come out. This is another important point when it comes to education. But education alone won't solve everything. This is just the point that I wanted to make.
So a multifaceted approach.
Mm-hmm.
If you look at, for example, a lot of these, look at Al-Shabaab and some of the material they put out, the jihadist propaganda material, is top production quality, high definition filming, multi-camera shoots, drones. Those are people who know what they're doing. They've come through some kind of education, but there are other issues, as you're saying.
Okay, about technology, for example, 3 months ago we launched in Senegal the first YouTube channel to fight, to produce counter narrative about radicalism. But 2 years ago, Google had organized a meeting in Japan and said that, okay, now how can we work together to find, to have alternative speech, but in internet you have a lot of hate speech. And I think that last month in Nairobi, for example, there is an initiative to fight hate speech, radical speech, and we had a kind of African community to collaborate in this field. I'm sure because you are right, because the specificity of the radical group is to use the technological modernity in order to fight social modernity. They use the same tools, and I'm sure that we have to be in this field, which is really important. Security is good, security strategy good, but until now they fail to combat terrorism. And I'm sure that, and you can agree that never we have seen a penal code or a Kalashnikov defeating an ideology. We need other things.
Okay, we'll take some more questions. I'd like to go to the back, and we've only got time for 2 more questions. Please keep them short and direct. Sorry, try to look as far back as possible. The lady at the back over there, and the gentleman in a pinkish shirt. Yes.
Good morning, and thank you very much. I wanted, Lauriane Theroux mentioned that we usually focus on the negative examples. Can you hear me?
Not well.
No.
Is the microphone on? Okay, just go ahead and we'll relay it.
Positive example regarding conflict prevention or resolution. It can be terrorism or conflicts with a similar dynamic to terrorism. And if you could give an outline of the reasons why you think this case was successful. As you said, that we usually focus on the negative examples, if we can learn also from the positive ones.
If you didn't hear that, she said if we could give any examples of cases of conflict prevention or resolution that have been successful on the continent.
Again, thank you very much for your panel discussion there. My question really is around the involvement of other African nation states in terrorism and conflicts. Do you think that other nation states have a part to play, be it for personal disputes? If so, what level do they have to play, and how does one counter that?
Did you understand that? Do you mind rephrasing the question?
Please.
Do you think that other African countries have an involvement in the conflict and terrorism issues in their neighbors or sort of neighboring countries, and what part do they play, and how do you counter that?
Okay. Laurie, can you start with the first question?
I think I gave one example, and I poached it from the speech of the ambassador. I talked about the Gambia. The Gambia is, I think, one of the examples where there was a general understanding, there was a shared understanding of the issue, which is not always the case, and this might be one important point, because you wanted to have reasons why this was successful. Often, countries involved have different understandings or different interests in the country that is undergoing a difficult situation. In the context of the Gambia, there was a clear understanding that someone had lost and that another person had won, and that it was important for this person to actually assume power. So that would be one point, shared understanding of the issue at hand. There was also a country that was ready to take the lead, that's Senegal, in a very specific geographic context. As you know, the Gambia is more or less embedded within Senegal. There was also a clear rapport de force. There was also a clear balance of strength. That's not English. Clearly, the capacity to resist of the Gambian state and military apparatus could not match the force that was coming from ECOWAS, which involved, 3 other countries. And so, in a context like that, it would have been close to suicide to try and resist. Mm-hmm. And it's not actually often that we can bring those 3 conditions. So shared global understanding of the issue, a country that is ready to take the lead, and force balance that is in favor of the people who are trying to bring back a situation to normal. So yeah, this would be one example, and also reasons why in that specific case things worked quite well.
and a regional approach that has a history of working as well, as ECOWAS has done for a while. Brenda, I think because of time, maybe this would be your kind of summing up responses as well. So, Brenda.
Okay. I do agree with Laurie that Gambia is one of the classical examples of what possibilities lie out there. But on the other hand, I slightly disagree with her that that's a success, because we're all aware of how long it took for Africa to rise up in intervening in Gambia. It was after many lives had been lost, and it was just after decades of suffering that was so unnecessary. But the good example, I would say, is that the fact that they intervened and it happened and it was resolved, that maybe is a success. But however, looking across the continent, South Sudan should have been prevented. Burundi should have been prevented. Right now, what's happening in DRC should be looked at and should be prevented. We have many examples. We have Cameroon brewing, and it should be prevented. We have Zimbabwe coming up, and it should be prevented. And across the continent, we do have lots of fragility that are quite visible, and they should be prevented. And we have the mechanism to do that, and that is not happening. But then maybe that's where the challenge comes to all of us, those of us that care, Africans, young Africans, and the world as well, perhaps coming and assisting us. I think we need Pan-African thought leadership. We need to take up activism, and it has to be at different levels. It has to be at country level, because politicians, we know, are only afraid of the vote. So we need to make sure that we vote correctly and we make them, understand that that is quite powerful. And where the vote is not recognized, we need to speak out, and it has to come at sub-regional level, at continental level, and we should also be present at the UN. The humanitarian, Africa is currently a big, I would say a big, sorry, I promised I won't, 1 second. It's an industry. The humanitarian situation is an industry. The conflict situation is an industry. And please don't quote me. You come there and see the people that are there and are earning a lot out of all this. We all know, and it has to stop. It's things that are preventable. That continent, I agree, it has so much potential, but the conflict and all these issues that we're talking about are just holding us back. So thank you.
I think another success would be countries like Mauritius, where there's that stability. You're not looking for something to counter. You're able to maintain that stability going on. So I would consider that a success too.
And Kenya was a success. For me, Kenya was prevented in 2007, and that was a success.
To an extent.
And I think I think it's important to highlight that the peaceful transition in Nigeria also was a success. The fact that that country will have plunged into kind of a big conflict, which will have affected Africa really because of the migration issues. But I think what we should take away from here is the fact that looking across this room at the people that have interest in Africa, the amount of intellect in Africa, the seventh region, the diaspora, which have a lot of potential to add value to Africa. Anywhere in Africa they could go into and add value. I think that is important, and we should take that away. And I think, like being mentioned by one of the panelists earlier, if we, the diasporas, could become an advocate for peace in Africa and security, and going out to say, you know what, we're not happy with what is happening either in South Africa, and we're not just going to leave it to the Nigerians alone to shout, but the Gambians, everyone will shout and say this is not right, and we'll put pressure on them. If we do that, I think Africa will be great and continue to be great.
Bakari?
Okay. Yes. We sometimes we focus on what we call the porosity of border porosity, and we have also the mentality porosities also, because for example, if an example is Niger cannot fight terrorism alone. You need the cooperation with Nigeria, Algeria, and Niger, for example, is the country under pressure. And my fear is that after the collapse of ISIS in Middle East, the new area will be southern Libya and the Sahrawis, Abu Walid al-Sahrawi. And that's why I think that we need regional but coordinated approaches. And so there is something sometimes pessimistic but optimistic in the meantime. Now, even the terrorism in Africa, in other countries, do not hit directly other countries in the West. And now we became one vulnerable international community. If the international community did not help the African countries, did not support them to fight terrorism, they will have some repercussion in here, perhaps by migration or bomb in the heart of capital. It's something we need an international solidarity, but it is something all countries might be very cooperative in this for this issue, because as I said, we become now one international vulnerable community.
And not to forget the question raised, if you look at an example I'll give you would be the Lake Chad Basin issue, where you had Nigeria versus Cameroon, who've always been bitter rivals, bitter neighbors. But when the problem began, Cameroon started to blame Nigeria for not sorting out the security along the border and everything. But we see that over time, they've started to work together. Nigeria, Niger, Cameroon, Chad, Benin on the other side, working together to fight a common problem. So I would say that was an example of where they were able to put aside their differences, come together to fight a common enemy. They're still fighting the common enemy, but you know, who knows? And with time, we might see a bit of a stronger relationship as a result of them working together to fight this problem. I'd like to thank you all for being an attentive and brilliant audience, as well as our panelists who have so eloquently contributed to the debate, to the discussion. We obviously didn't have enough time to go through every issue as we would have liked to, but these are conversations that need to continue over time. We cannot finish them in one discussion. They go on at this level, community level, as we've talked about, top down, bottom up. It needs to continue for Africa to be able to progress, to have these African homegrown solutions, customized solutions to the problems we find on the ground. So thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Our panelists will have 15 minutes coffee break. Our speakers are welcome to go to the 8th floor, but they can also have coffee outside at the lower ground floor. Just to remind us, the social media hashtag is hashtag LSE Africa Summit. Thank you.
That's okay.
Do you know who's in charge of the live streaming? I normally don't go into that much details, but what I said was identify the young men, so I want them to cut that part off.
Oh, okay.
I realized as I was doing it, so I'll find out who is in charge of it, so I just want to talk to them. Thanks for a brilliant cherry.
Brilliant, yeah.
Thank you.
Yeah, I will
Thank
get
you
in
so
touch
much.
with you. Oh, yeah. Oh, okay.
I am.
Oh, excellent.
Are you an anthropologist?
Let me write out my details for you, because I forgot I was in the House of Parliament yesterday. Okay, I'll drop it now. Thank you. It's a pleasure.
I'm done with it, but I travel around. I just want to check the power.
Yes, absolutely, absolutely.
Oh, okay, we've
yeah,
got
we
one
have
of
this.
these.
Would you
Fine.
like this microphone?
No, I'm perfectly happy with that.
Fantastic. So I have it. Do you want me to just leave it up for when people come in now? Yeah,
That's
right
fine.
here. And you're all good with that?
Yeah, that's fine. Yeah, that's perfect. Lovely.
Fantastic, absolutely wonderful. I'll just leave that up so that we're ready to go.
Which region are you working on? Okay.
Voilà. Voilà, avec le LSE. Ok. Merci. Bon, maintenant,
I can get her to.
Thank you. How are you?
Yeah, sure. And
because I identified one of our listeners as a person by giving this example. I was a little too specific. I forgot that we were being tape recorded. So would it be possible to speak that part out? Should I write or should I do that? Yeah. Okay. Yeah, that would be great. Okay. Thanks so much. Thank you. Thank you so much. And your English is
I think after this we have this education. We have lunch. So during lunch we can do it. Yeah, I think it should be fine.
Are you doing your master's? Yeah, you
Yeah.
look very young, so that's fine. Merci d'être exaucé. Nice meeting you. Yes. Yeah.
just leaving it for the keynote. The presentation guys.
So just leave it there.
Yeah.
It's almost time for the person to see. They are just with it.
Oh, should I leave this still? I could drink it.
Yes, you can put it. Don't worry.
Oh, yeah. We don't get a coffee break, do we? Okay.
No, the schedule is
Test, test. Test, test.
Sorry, just one more thing.
sit at the front row for the presentation first. Then after the presentation, yes. Sorry. Hello everyone. Please make yourself comfortable. Can I kindly ask that individuals sit inside so people can sit by their side, please? Welcome back from the coffee break. We are about to start the second panel of the day. The panel is Law and Development and is on citizen-led accountability. The panel will begin with a presentation by Adriano Novinga and Joseph Hanlon. Joseph Hanlon is to present the paper. The paper is titled Local Media Monitoring of Mozambique. Please come on stage.
Thank you. I'm afraid Dr. Navunga, who is the lead author of this paper, is giving a separate presentation in Washington, so I've been delegated to do the paper, and I hope I do it justice. The two of us have been working for 15 years with creating media pools of Mozambican journalists to cover Mozambican elections. And this panel is about citizen-led accountability, and we want to look at local elections and see if local media is an appropriate form of citizen accountability. And really we have to back up a little bit. The post-Cold War period has led a major move toward democracy. Democracy tends to be treated as elections. It really is much broader than that, but it tends to be treated as elections. That in turn led to a concern that there should be some check on elections, some way of looking at whether elections are reasonable or not. And this came from both the international side, but also from particularly domestic opposition parties, who felt that there ought to be some monitoring of the governing party to make sure that the election was balanced and fair in some sense. So that led to the development of international observation. And that was really important for two reasons, because international observation says at a local level, the world is watching your election. And the other thing that comes out really importantly about international observation is that there's an early verdict on the election. Basically, thumbs down or thumbs up. Was it reasonable, was it not? But what comes out of this is if you start to look at research on monitoring of elections really has very little effect on the elections long term. And so the question is, what else might one do? And why? What is the problem? Now, if you look at international observation, the problem is that international observers are really only in the country for a very short period of time. They don't know the local election law, they don't know local issues, they usually don't speak any of the local languages, and they also want to be near the good hotels. So we end up with a not very effective monitoring system. So that what happened then was the next step was that local groups said, okay, we can do a better job of monitoring than all these foreigners who come in. So you then started with the development of domestic observation, which worked better because there were larger numbers of observers. They tended to stay in a single polling station instead of moving around, so they could really watch what was happening, and they had local knowledge. As with the international observers, they would give an early report as to whether the election was reasonable or not, a kind of thumbs up or thumbs down. But for all the observers, kind of detailed reports come in weeks or months later. Everybody ignores the report, nobody reads them, and research shows that these kind of reports after elections have very little impact, really. So the question is there some other form of citizen-led accountability for elections? It's worth stepping back and saying, okay, what do we think observers are supposed to do? And there is an agreed set of domestic observation rules which say that the observers are supposed to be impartial and neutral. They're supposed to speak with a single voice. And this is quite important. There should only be one report. All the observers shouldn't be doing their own individual comments. The other thing that they are supposed to do is give timely reports. Now, what's interesting is that's always ignored by the observers because they only give their report months later. So the question that came up is, could the press be an alternative? Could it in some way meet observer rules and also be more timely? Now, if you look at how we cover elections in Britain, we do it with media pools. No newspaper has enough journalists to cover all the counting stations in Britain. So you get one journalist from one media who reports for everybody and also reports then for their own newspaper or their own radio station. And so the question became, could we try that sort of pool system in Mozambique? I'm both a journalist and an academic. I'm in the International Development Department here at LSE, but I also first went to Mozambique as a stringer for the BBC and The Guardian when my beard was not white. I don't know whether Mozambique has made my beard whiter. I've just gotten older, but anyway. After a quite nasty Cold War proxy war, Mozambique then went into a multi-party system. There have been 5 national multi-party elections, 4 municipal elections. One of the issues in Mozambique is that it has a predominant party. So Frelimo has won all the national elections. The opposition does control some cities in the municipal elections. But there's a sense in which the civil society wants to keep a check on the predominant party. Are they using their power in government for the elections? The thing that is interesting about Mozambique is that it has a very free and vibrant press. And that has created space to do a lot of things that you couldn't do in neighboring countries. Now, the thing about the press is that it's quite polarized, so that the state press, TV, national daily newspaper, of course the president is always on the front page every day, of course it's pro-Frelimo. So this leads the opposition, the independent media, to see itself as being anti-government. So you have a polarized press of either you're pro-government or you're anti-government. So the first question is, could we get journalists who have an affiliation to act neutrally, to act independently? And the answer was yes, we could. The journalists are actually really journalists. And that if you go together and say, okay, you write for your own newspaper, whatever you want to write, but you write for us collectively, just as pool correspondents, just as, the Daily Mail correspondent in Britain, if he's part of a pool, will report differently for the pool than he'll report for the Daily Mail. And we found that was happening with Mozambique as well. Now, this has evolved over quite a long period of time, but for the last national elections, which is 2014, 2 years ago, 3 years ago now, we had 150 correspondents, 1 in every district. We agreed with them that they should file for their own media. Most of these people come from community radios. Mozambique's got 114 community radio stations, and so there's quite a large provincial spread of newsletters, community radio, so on. Most of our correspondents come from those. One of the things we said from the beginning is that our correspondents have to be publicly known. So we don't do secret correspondence. We said, okay, you're going to register with the Election Commission as a journalist, or you're already registered as a journalist. That becomes very important because it means that the parties can come to them. It also means that they can go to officials, they can go to the police, they can go to the District Election Commission and ask questions. The only thing we do say is they can't be a party activist. And then we did training, and the training turns out to be very important because the core of the training was not just neutral and impartial, but you have to verify. We want to know what the source of the story is. Did you see it? If you didn't see it, did you go and verify it? Who told you? We want to be able to publish the name, or at least know who told you, so that we have in a central editing position, we actually have some ability to judge the credibility. One of the other things, of course, with cell phones, we can bring in, with smartphones, we can use photos and various other things. We do a daily newsletter during the electoral period, and that's the main output of this process. We think we've been more effective than normal observation, partly because we do satisfy the observer rules. We speak with one voice because we have a newsletter, but it's verified, it's accurate, and it tends to be trusted. Now, brief comment, we can have an impact, and this is what's important. The timely reporting leads to quite rapid responses. So if there is violence, if we're reporting it, that and people trust us that it's verified, we know that there's cell phone calls going through to that local area, to the party people, to the electoral authorities saying, stop this, you can't do it. This has also been important in reducing the use of state cars by the governing party. The photograph is of an intentionally spoiled ballot paper. You notice there's an X and then there's a fingerprint. What we discovered was that the electoral authority, some people in polling stations were actually invalidating opposition votes. And that led through this reporting structure, through investigative reporting, to actually a change in the law that said that during the counting period, you can't have any ink in the polling station. Ballots are counted in the polling station. So all the ink has to be removed from the polling station before the count. So we could see that something like this can have actually an effect on the electoral law. Why does it work? How does it work? The thing that we're seeing is that, first of all, selection of the correspondence and training becomes really central. There's stress on neutrality, verifiability, accuracy. The other thing is it's interactive. People feel that they're part of a team. You've got 150 journalists out there who say, okay, we're part of this team. And there's an interaction. Now in the cell phone era, I mean, when we started 15 years ago, we didn't have cell phone coverage. Now we have cell phone coverage. And that means we can be in discussion with the journalists. We can say to them, go back and check. Or we can use text messages to send out saying, we've seen violence in some areas. Is anybody else reporting something similar? And then messages will come back and saying, no, it's peaceful everywhere else. Or, yes, we've had violence in this area. So we can move very quickly within a day to get responses, to get monitoring. The other thing, of course, is that for the journalists themselves, they're getting a response to see that they are making a difference. They report verified violence to us one day. By the next day, these are small communities. They know people are on the phone to the party authorities saying, stop that. And they know they've had an effect. And this is real kind of citizen action at a very basic level. Okay, final comments. Why does it work? What are the conditions that allow it to work? The most important, and this may well be specific to Mozambique and it may well be specific to past elections, is the government's tolerance of a free press. That the government allows, we're stuck with this. The government allows us to operate. And in 15 years, with more than 100 correspondents, we've only had a correspondent actually arrested once. And I think that's impressive. That means we're allowed to do it. On the media side, amid a polarized media, our correspondents are prepared to be neutral. Not all of them, so some people choose not to participate in this correspondence pool, but we can cover the country with a correspondence pool that are prepared to be neutral, even if for their own media they have a particular bias. The other thing is a central editing, which does ensure the accuracy and makes sure that there's some trust in what's happening. Okay. What are the lessons that we can draw from this more globally? I mean, this is Mozambique. This is a single country. First is that a journalist pool can satisfy the observer rules. There's nothing in the observer rules that says journalists can't be observers too. And it can be much more effective than traditional observation because of the speed with which it works. But it requires the government tolerance, it requires journalists willing to do it, and it requires really tight editing. Final comment in this is that Mozambique is coming up to a very difficult election next year and the year following. The question is on the table. Will we be able to do it again, or will the government put pressure on us? Will the journalists will the journalists complain about this and say, no, we don't want to be neutral? We don't know. But up till now, at least, It's actually worked. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Dr. Hanlon, for the presentation. We'll now call on our panelists, but before we do that, we'll have two changes. Olusegun Onibinde is being replaced by Ms. Saudi, and Chud is to be represented by Isime Esene. I'll now call on the panel chair, Lolan, to please take the panel. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Dr. Hannon, for that very engaging presentation. I think Mozambique is one of those countries in Africa that you don't hear much about, so it's great to hear some lessons from the process there. My name is Lolan Sego-Moses. I'm a student and an activist myself. I've been involved in the past in some court cases in Ghana to establish the right to information in our courts. We successfully sued the government in Ghana for some information on corrupt documents. So I'm very excited to be chairing this panel, which is full of a number of activists, and I hope we can have a very engaging conversation on the experiences of what works on the ground, how we as citizens can hold our governments accountable. So I'll introduce the panelists. The first person on my left is Iseni Isemi. He is the managing editor of Why Niger. The Nigerians amongst you will probably be familiar with it. It's one of the most widely read youth media platforms. And they've also helped, their parent company, Red Media Group, has helped manage the campaign media strategy of the current Ghanaian president and the current Nigerian president. So Isemi Iseni. Right next to him is Elham Saudi. She's the director of Lawyers for Justice in Libya, which is a group of lawyers and activists that helps Libyans access their human rights amidst this very insecure constitutional dispensation that Libya is currently in. Next to Elham is Andile Hele. Did I get the pronunciation right? Andile is with Equal Education. It's a movement in South Africa that advocates for equal education between the between the indigenous South African population and the white South African population. Right next to her is Dr. Awol Alo. He is a lecturer in law and human rights at Keele University, and he is also very involved in activism in his native Ethiopia. So that's the panel for today, and I look forward to a very engaging discussion with them. Hello? Okay. Ready? Okay, so we just heard the presentation by Dr. Hanlon, and I'd like you first to react to an interesting point he made. He said one of the key things that made this media monitoring work was the neutrality of the local media amidst polarization. Now, you're all activists, and we know that in many African countries, political parties dominate the space for discourse. So my question to you is, how do you maintain your neutrality amidst these very polarized political environments?
First things first, Chude may be an activist. I'm not an activist. I'm just in the media. So I work with whyniger.com. So that's quite easy for me. Maybe not easy for him, for someone to be neutral, because as the former editor of the website, you just have to be. You can't afford to be partisan because it affects your credibility, of course. So you need to say it as it is, and let the people decide. As long as you get them informed, let them have all the information they need, and which is accurate and well timed. I feel that's what it takes. So you actually need to be non-partisan, as in my own position.
Okay, thank you, Sami. Elham?
I think it's important to clarify to people that are working in this field that being non-partisan in your work doesn't mean you can't have a political view. And I think that's one of the key points that we try to make our staff aware of. You're more than welcome to have strong politics and strong political views. In fact, you'd be odd not to in the current environment. But the drawing a line between what you do professionally is key. And so we have very practical guidelines for staff about what they're allowed to discuss in public platforms and what they're allowed to reference and how they talk about certain political topics. In their private capacity, they can do as they wish. And I think you need to allow people freedom to be political in some sphere so that they can genuinely be neutral in the sphere of advocacy and work. So in the kind of practical sphere of work, we spend a lot of time even working on the slang and the language people use, because that can give away your politics, even if you think you're being neutral. Even down to when we're on the field in Libya, what you wear, because some of the clothes you wear might give away your political affiliation. The examples you give will also give away your political affiliation. So there's a lot of practical training on how to behave in your professional capacity, but then also room to breathe privately to be a political person. And you want people with strong morals and politics in your organization. You don't want them to lose their personality to do their work.
Yeah, thank you, Elham. Do you have any reactions to that, Andile?
Cool. Is this on? Can you guys hear me?
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay, cool. Sorry, I can't hear myself. When the invitation came through, I was with Equal Education, and now I'm with another organization called the International Budget Partnership. And just so to correct that. And what our work does is that we partner with grassroots organizations and social movements where we match their campaign work with budget transparency and budget advocacy. So for an example, with Equal Education, like Lolan said, it was trying to find almost like a balance between the black schools. I'm South African. Unfortunately, 20 years after democracy, we're still very racial. So everything is black and white. And so when I speak about black, I speak about the majority, and then white about non-black people. So, so black schools they weren't resourced as white schools. And in 2017, we still find that you're still fighting for that. So IBP, who I'm now with, would partner with organizations like that saying, if you want a desk, it's not just a desk. You have to go back to how it's budgeted for and how the politics, or the government rather, thinks about this resource. And one of the panelists earlier said the bottom-up approach. And that's the approach that we have taken, a bottom-up approach of saying, this is the issue, and how do we now scale the issue up to a point of policy? And just to remain non-partisan, our politics is still very racial. You have two main parties, which is the ANC, which is black, our liberators, and then you have the DA, which is predominantly white, and which is in the Western Cape, and they have control of the Western Cape. And how our movements, or the movements that we partner with, work is that because policies are nationally based or nationally set, and then in provinces you also have provincial governments will also have an opportunity to actually have their own policies around an issue. You kind of always find yourself debating a political party. So we will not be partisan, and our social movements that we work with will not be party-based. But you'll find that if you're talking about the Western Cape, you will be fighting the DA. If you're talking about South Africa in general, you'll be talking against the ANC. And so we've always positioned ourselves as being aware of that dynamic, but also being aware that ultimately, to have an influence, the social movement themselves cannot choose a side. So it's you find that majority of people will be inclined to support one social movement, but in how they approach the work and how they approach the issue, it's always painted in not versus DA and not versus ANC. And I hope I answered the question.
Thank you very much, Andali. That's a very interesting perspective. Awo, what's your reaction to that?
I think the question of impartiality, neutrality, objectivity is, in the context of political activism, is a very important one. I am an academic first and foremost, and the most important element of my work is the production of knowledge and scholarship, and also engage in scholarly work, in inquiry, exploration that seek to address key social and political problems. And especially in those cases where my own discipline, that is law, is implicated. So, for example, over the course of the last 10, 15 years, law has become perhaps the single most important instrument in Ethiopia used by the government essentially to transform absolute falsehoods into what I call strategic truths. So the language and symbols of democracy, ideas of human rights, discourse around national security are co-opted, absolutely corrupted, re-signified, and used to frustrate efforts at democratization, struggles made for democratization, and used to deepen repressive political practices. So my work has basically been to elucidate and explain how the legal system, institutions of truth and justice can actually be co-opted and used for a radically different agenda for repressive political goals. Now, when you operate in a political space where the very language, the very framework and instrument that you use as a scholar, as academic, to explain these problems are corrupted, and as I said, used for entirely different political goals, it makes it very difficult to provide a dispassionate, sober, and entirely non-partisan agenda. Precisely because, I think as Desmond Tutu said, if you remain neutral in situations of injustice and oppression, then you are actually taking the side of the oppressors. So that is the kind of motto that drives me. And what I do is, in most cases, make a targeted political intervention, use the resources that I have to explain how those ideas, those notions and institutions are co-opted and used. So neutrality is always a problem, but I don't think there is anything inconsistent in what I do with, for example, my work, which is scholarly inquiry.
Thank you very much for that, Awol. You raised an important point, which is that in democracies, the legal system is often co-opted by the ruling government for purposes other than the noble purposes for which it was designed. Now, my question to the panelists is, how do you react in a situation where the legal system is dominated by the government? There's no real rule of law, even though there are legal institutions. How do you, as an activist, react to a situation? What resources do you draw on, and what resources can citizens draw on in situations like that? I don't know whether you want to start, Ilham.
Yeah. Well, I think what you're raising is the classic kind of rule by law versus rule of law. And what we see a lot in the examples you gave is rule by law, where the law is used to oppress people. And we've seen a lot of that, obviously, in our continent. Most of the oppression is legal. It's not illegal, it's just not correct, if that makes sense. And I think what's important is to be as creative as the governments are. And so what we do, for example, in Libya, where there is a lot of new legislation that's created to oppress, including NGO laws that prevent your work as an NGO, and you know, in Libya, the capital punishment still exists for the kind of work we do. And it's a very discretionary punishment. I think you need to really educate people on the dangers there, first and foremost, and so to understand that. But also you need to also educate the judiciary and empower them to counter the governments. And in a lot of these countries, the judiciary still have some elements of them that want to stand up to authority, and you need to find your allies within the judiciary. And we've seen that to some level with some success in Libya. But the third element is to use international mechanisms as well. And so you can take
decisions that are made that are legal within your state to the international bodies that it belongs to, so the African Commission or United Nations bodies, and question them. You know, governments like to oppress, but they also don't like to be embarrassed. And so I think there is some use there of just peer pressure from other states to make them feel sort of that they're being exposed a little bit to their colleagues. But the other thing is to try and stop new laws, actually. As activists, you always have this idea that if you want legal reform, you should be lobbying for more law or legal changes. But a lot of what we're finding we're doing now is trying to stop law being created, because every time a law is passed that isn't upholding human rights or isn't enforceable because you don't have the infrastructure to enforce it, or isn't, or indeed is oppressive, you further undermine the rule of law. And that's really dangerous, especially in a fragile country like Libya, or indeed even in Egypt to a degree. So I would say that it's really important to also empower people to say, you know what, just step away from trying to ask for more laws that end up creating more restrictions, which is tough to explain to people. But that's what we're doing in Libya at the moment. The drafts of the constitution that we've seen come out are appalling. And so our campaign has been saying, no constitution, please, for now. Because the worst thing that could happen in Libya is to have a constitution which is meant to enshrine principles be precisely the document that removes them, and then you have absolutely no recourse to any kind of rule of law. So you need to be brave enough also to say this isn't the right time.
Thank you for that, Ilham. You raised a very interesting point, which is that our governments often react to international pressure, and that brings me to my next question, which is a very interesting one, I think, for the audience. I don't know whether most of you have been following the debate on Twitter about the African CEO Forum in Geneva, and how a lot of African leaders, you find African leaders in European capitals, and they're sometimes more accessible in European capitals than even in their home nation. So the question for you is, how can we, as members of the African diaspora or Africans in European capitals, take advantage of that situation to put pressure on our governments?
Acknowledging the irony that we're in London.
Yes, acknowledging the irony that we are in London at the moment. Yeah. So I will let.
I really want to go back to the points that she raised earlier, because there's something really crucial here, which is usually overlooked in terms of how activists throughout the continent operate. Of course, the types of strategies that work in a particular context depends on the local, regional, and international situation that affects that particular country. But legal strategies do work. But the kind of legal strategies that work in a particular country may not work in another country. So if you have, for example, a judicial institution that is more or less independent, it is possible to challenge the practices of the state, whether it is by way of challenging the constitutionality of the law or acts of the government. You could use judicial institutions. But not in every situation you have a judiciary. In some cases, you have a judicial institution that is completely integrated into the administrative arm of the state. And bringing a case before a judiciary basically means, allowing the accused to sit as a judge. Right? So that's the situation we have in Ethiopia, for example. In one of the cases that I was involved in, this is a counter-terrorism case where the Ethiopian government accused about 29 individuals for crime of terrorism. Their crime is basically asking for freedom and to be allowed to have some level of institutional autonomy, freedom of speech within their own institution. So they were tried. The reason why the government does that is because terrorism has become such an important weapon that governments use against their own citizens. So you call someone a terrorist, that allows you to eliminate that individual without any question asked. And remember the ways in which the very idea of terrorism has been formulated since 9/11. Right? The same day the event occurred, President Bush said, this is a war of the good against the war of the force of evil. Right? Force of good have been mobilized to defend against force of evil. So that formulation has been taken up and used by authoritarian governments throughout the continent. So as you said, for example, when you have a situation like that, you can use international institutions such as the African Commission. Not that the African Commission can force authoritarian governments to change their behavior, but you can use them to produce institutional knowledge and a counter narrative for people who can use that narrative to challenge the government in terms of their engagement with various institutions.
Thank you very much for that. My question, just to piggyback off that, my question was also, what can we do as citizens of African nations, as students here, to kind of put pressure on our governments, whether it's using the African Union mechanism? Do we use social media activism? Ms. Andy, can you talk to that?
Yeah, it's true that a lot of African leaders prefer to, speak or respond to maybe the international press. Maybe they feel it gives them maybe that clout or a lot more ground or the audience. But that shouldn't discourage the citizens from doing what they have to do, which is continue to ask questions, the important questions. So whether if they are answering immediately or not, there's social media there, so you can go there, ask questions. Why are you doing this? What are you doing about this? And more often than not, you see them deciding to answer at the end of the day. So, for example, maybe in Nigeria, a Dino Melaye falsifies his results, and you see people asking questions. Why did you do your national service in a year before you graduated? So people are bringing out a lot of documents, putting it on social media. Of course, someone like that will first ignore, but when you see that this thing is not dying, it's not going down, you'll be forced to answer. So the question really is, don't back down. Just continue asking the questions, because they're actually waiting for you to be weighed down to keep quiet. And okay, after 2 weeks, after 3 weeks, they will keep quiet and move on to the next maybe hot topic, because of course that's what the traditional media does. But when you're on social media, you're asking questions, you're getting documents, you're accurate with whatever your assertion is. The government will be forced to answer and reply you and tell you, okay, this is what we are doing and this is why we are doing it. So that's one way of holding them accountable.
Yeah, but wouldn't that only be effective in a dispensation where there's a largely free media, and a quasi-democratic or democratic government that's responsive? What do you do when the government, even in a democratic country, just decides to ignore the media? Angela, can you respond to that?
Just firstly, to go back to 2 points that were made earlier, with regarding judiciary and regarding international pressures. I don't know how many of you are keeping up with South African politics right now, where our current president was taken to court. He had a court case before he was elected president, and other elements played a part, but the judiciary is independent to that sense of you can hold a president to account and you can take him to court. In terms of the international pressure, as much as the international world or the Western world would like to think they have that much buy-in or power over African states, African states. When I woke up this morning, I found out that our finance minister was fired, and it has a ripple effect on so many things. But 2 months before that, there was the whole drama of downgrading of our economy, and so with all that in play, the president still chose to do what was right for him. As citizens, we assume that's the case. And right now in South Africa, across the country, from Parliament to Pretoria to even the smaller cities, we have people on the streets right now saying, what are you doing to our cabinet? What are you doing to our country? So it goes back to, I'm all the way in London. I know exactly what's going on. People are feeding me videos. People are telling me what's going on in the streets. People are sending me live feeds of parliamentary action. So it goes back to the power of media and how doesn't matter where you are, as long as you're interested in the issue, you can be aware of it. And what Asimi says, that continuous pressure. You might change certain things, you might change ministers, but as long as the citizens are on the streets every single day, every single week saying, we're not going to stand for this, eventually change will come. And unfortunately, it hasn't come as fast as we would like it to be, especially with the current ANC. But with time and with more pressure and with more social movements, especially on the ground, hopefully change will come.
Can I just add to that? I mean, I think that is that's a very valid point, but in some countries like Libya, that's quite a theoretical approach. Last week, people did go to protest and they were shot at, and people were killed. And just 2 days ago, there was an event that wasn't even a protest, it was just a public Earth Hour celebration, and everyone who organized it was taken into prison, saying that this is, it's un-Islamic, and in the east of Libya, they said that was inconsistent with what Libyan morals are about, and those people are facing a military prosecution for their actions. And so I think there's also a bit of responsible activism that we need to preach. It's very, very easy to keep telling people that if they keep talking, their voice will be heard, but you need to also help them find avenues that allow them to speak without ending up in prison. In Libya, if you speak as an activist, you are either missing or dead today if you're in the country. Or if you're not in the country, you're in Tunisia or you're somewhere else like us. So in my organization, we purposefully do all our loud work out of London and do more of the discreet work on the ground. So we all that kind of documenting quietly, but you have to have strategies that obviously adapt to the situation you're in. In a country like Libya or in Egypt, you don't go on protests and expect to come out of it with a solution. You come out of it with a few funerals. But I think there are ways that you can hold people accountable. I would say, yes, social media is very popular, but we heard about the penetration of the internet. You're still talking to an elite. It's a different elite, but you're talking to the civil society elite if you're on social media. So it's quite a circular, confined conversation. You are not galvanizing the people on the ground through that. So you have to be more creative. So what we do is, for example, we have ambassadors in all the key towns, over 60 of them, and we will feed information to them and get them to have things at a local level, so they're getting information disseminated in a very quiet way that fills the gaps of where you might rely on social media in other contexts. But it's very important to remember that because we have access to social media does not mean that our audience does. And you end up actually disenfranchising people that are already disenfranchised from the system.
Thank you very much, Ilham. Just concluding comments from Aol and Isemi on the same issues. So just to take Ilham's take on this, how do we engage without disenfranchising local people? How do we put effective pressure?
Yeah,
2 minutes.
Okay, 2 minutes. Unlike in her case, I think Nigeria, I don't think you get a few funerals when you go outside to protest. What you get might be a blockade or maybe a few arrests, but not that. But the good thing also is that the internet penetration and social media use in Nigeria is quite significant. So you can actually influence the discourse through social media. We had that in 2015 during the President Buhari campaign, which Statecraft, one of the companies under Red, facilitated. We had that also in 2011, and I don't know whether you know about the Occupy Nigeria movement. It was largely driven by social media. When you have, by 2019, you have 95 million Nigerians will be using smartphones, 16 million Nigerians are on Facebook, and about 7.2 million Nigerians are daily on Facebook. And if you check that kind of number and you see that in an election about just 30 million people are the electorate, the voters 30 million, and you have over 16 million on Facebook, just about over half of that, there's actually some influence that can be wielded, that you can wield through that. So whether you can say, okay, some people are not on social media, but like I say, my mom is not too much on social media, but she's on WhatsApp. And I can tell you that the election decision that she made in 2015 was largely influenced by what I told her. So I'm on social media, I'm connected one way or the other, but she's not connected. But she's not connected. But one way or the other, the people who are connected can always influence the people who are not connected. So there's a ripple effect that can ultimately make a difference.
Okay, I will just a minute.
Again, I think that too is very context specific. So in the Ethiopian context, for example, the media platform, the media landscape is extremely repressive. Ethiopia has a population of over 100 million. It has a single television station that is owned by the state, and a couple of radio stations, again, mainly owned by the state. That is how repressive it is, and the print media also is extremely repressed. So in a landscape that is absolutely dominated by the government, social media provided a very important alternative platform for social organization and mobilization. And in fact, what made the year-long protest in Ethiopia is precisely social media. Facebook played a very considerable role. As a result of that protest, individuals who organized themselves from one corner of the country to another corner of the country has managed to expose the brutality of that system, forcing the government as far as going to imposing a state of emergency. That is big. For a government whose very paradigm is suspending the law and operating an emergency government all its life, for that government to go as far as formally declaring a state of emergency. Remember, there is no material difference between a formal declaration of state of emergency and a de facto form of state of emergency. You have that power anyway, even if you don't declare it. But for that government to go as far as formally imposing emergency measure, that shows you how much the system was threatened and how much it was exposed from within. So social media played a very critical role in terms of transforming the political landscape. But I think it's important that we are strategic. Social media or any other technological resources that we use for organizing and mobilizing for political action can be co-opted and can have consequences that are not expected. So it is important to have strategies and tactics that lead to a more transformative, progressive political change.
Thank you very much, Awol. Now, I wish I could continue this discussion because I think we're just getting to the meaty stuff, but we'll have to wrap this up. Unfortunately, I think the key lesson we can take from this is our social media activism is not in vain. It can have very real effects if we organize properly and connect to groups of other citizens on the ground. So thank you very much to the panelists. I'll now open the floor for questions. We'll just have 5 minutes of questions and we'll take them in batches of 3. So the lady in the middle, gentleman on the left, and the lady in peach on the left.
Hello, thank you very much for for this discussion. My thing is, we spoke a lot about formal governments and citizen accountability. What about informal government? Because most African countries, they have a traditional form of government that also plays a key role in most of these issues. So I just wanted to know your thoughts on, do you think, or how do you think the role of informal government can perhaps play a role in citizen-led accountability?
Okay, thank you.
Thank you for a very interesting discussion. I'm from Zimbabwe, and next month would be a year since the hashtag #ThisFlag has started. And I just wanted to find out from the panelists what their opinion is on the situation in Zimbabwe, where it's a social media campaign, and there've been a lot of arrests and talks of treason and things like that. And what does that mean for the Zimbabwean context, and how can regional bodies and organizations such as the AU support such initiatives so that they don't die down or just continue on with no solutions?
Thank you very much to our panelists. I am from both Zimbabwe and South Africa, and my question is directed to you, Andile. In South Africa, we have seen a transition from a democracy to what I now call a democratic dictatorship, where even if there are issues raised in parliament, you see that the parliamentarians are forcefully removed for holding into account the government. And also, you see that even the people's voices are no longer heard. So my question to you is, during your work for equal education,
how did you ensure that the people on the ground had their voices heard in parliament, in government?
Okay, I think Andile, perhaps it would be good if you answer that first, and then we'll go to the more general questions.
Thank you for that. Firstly, when I was with EE, I was the parliamentary officer. So I used to go to parliament every 2 days and sit in the committee meetings. But unfortunately, when they are participating, you don't get a chance to speak. You have to apply for a presentation slot. And that's how we got a majority of our stuff to be heard. We continuously wrote to the committee chairs, continuously asked for just to be able to present our findings to them. And that's how we got to speak to them. Because we never came in as we are lobbying against you. We came in as, this is an opportunity for you to learn what we are finding on the ground and how millions of South African children are being affected every day when they go to school. And so once you're in there, you have an opportunity to now not only educate, but then also influence decisions. And with regards to, was the first part of it was, democratic, dictatorship, and? Sorry about that.
So I was saying, if the parliamentarians' voice is not being heard, how then did you ensure that the ordinary citizens, their voice are being heard?
Okay. How we did how EE did it was we went to court. We got to a point where we wanted a policy change, and the change wasn't coming by being on the streets. We had a campaign, or a march rather, where 20,000 South Africans showed up to Parliament, and nothing happened after that. And so we got to a point where it's like, the only way we can get this to happen is to lobby the courts and hold the government and sue the government. And we sued the Department of Education. And before the court dates, they agreed to change certain policies and agreed to bring about the change that we were looking for. But unfortunately, that change isn't physical. It's on paper. And now we're still going back to court saying, we just want to change one sentence of may to must. And that has taken 3 years to change one word from may to must. So, yeah, it's continuous.
Thank you very much, Andile. The next two questions. The next one was, how do you maintain the momentum of a social media campaign like this flag campaign in Zimbabwe? I think I will start with the responses to that.
I would rather speak to a question about informal government.
Okay.
Because that specific question is not relevant to the kind of activism and struggle that I'm involved in.
Okay.
So I think I can say something useful in relation to a question about informal governance. I think informal government can mean a lot of different things. But in the Ethiopian context, for example, there are local institutions where elders take certain responsibilities for local level issues. In the past, it used to be the case that those are institutions, structures that existed outside the framework of the government. But in recent days, because the security apparatus of the government is so extensive that it pervades every apparatus of society down to the household level, even those dissident social spaces where people can actually hear each other, talk to one another about the real issues that matter to them, even those spaces are completely pervaded. They're completely integrated into the architecture of the system. So it makes it extremely difficult when the security apparatus is so powerful that society is organized to spy on one another at the very local level. But this doesn't mean that you cannot create alternative spaces, because there is always, regardless of how oppressive the government is, there is always the opportunity, the potential to create new spaces for dissent and activism. And for sure, informal government, depending on what you mean by that, provides one potential space for organizing and mobilizing.
Yeah, just to add to that, I completely agree with her that the informal government is very important, especially in Africa. Of course, in Nigeria, you have a lot of other indices that come into play. You have the civil society, corporate players, traditional rulers, which are very important, student governments, of course, the media and pop culture influencers who are doing a lot in making a difference. But the most important thing really is to let the people know that wherever we are or we find ourselves, we have a role to play. And the most important office in any country is not the office of the president, but the office of the citizen. So wherever you find yourself, just pick a spot and dig.
Yeah, I'll just ask you to add in your response to the question about that this is our flag campaign, given your media background. I know the Office of the Citizen.
I didn't get the question.
So the question was, how do you sustain a social media movement like that? This is our flag campaign. You just mentioned the Office of the Citizen campaign, which I know Nigerian CSOs have been sustaining on Twitter. So how do you sustain?
Yeah, like I said before, just make sure that it doesn't end on social media. So because a lot of people, it's all sound and fury, then you don't really go out there when the time comes to do it. So if you can, don't leave it online. If it comes for you to go out and actually engage the government, then you really have to do it. So that's what I think.
Okay, thank you. So just the concluding responses, any further responses to this question or any other questions?
Well, I think the three questions that were asked weren't sort of relevant to my experience, but what I would say is in Libya, what we don't have a formal or an informal government. We have several governments, none of which are legally constituted. And so there it poses its own challenges where you have three entities claiming to be the government, one recognized by the UN, which isn't legally constituted either, not the UN, the government. There's questions about the UN, which aren't for this forum. And then there is the other two who are, their mandates have expired, but they have the support of militias that are keeping them in powers in certain regions. And so there's a real thought process as an advocate or as an activist. Who do you speak to? Do you speak to all three? If you speak to only one, are you legitimizing it by addressing it? Are you becoming partisan because you're addressing a specific government and not the others? Do you deal with militias at all? Do you acknowledge their power, that they actually are the ones that are in control? If you do that, are you legitimizing them? And so there's a lot of really tricky questions to think about when you're trying to come up with a campaign and a strategy. And for us, the way we approach it is all of these people say they're the state, so we just address the state. And if you think you're representing the state, then you're failing. And we tend to sort of speak to everyone as in that context, and they all get angry with us and they all get pissed off with us. So at some point they're all listening to us. But I think it's really difficult when actually, and this is, maybe I'll tie it in with just the international stuff you were talking about. We have an international community in Libya that empowers one of the government's excuses for not doing their jobs. So we have the government that's UN-backed will constantly say, but we don't really have control on the ground. The militias have control on the ground. We only control one part of Tripoli. We don't have the infrastructure. We really can't do anything. We don't even control the prisons. And they come up with excuse after excuse after excuse. And instead of the international community saying, it doesn't matter, you're still responsible, the international community says, yes, we know it's difficult. This is a really difficult period. This is really, really tough on you guys. Poor guys, you're trying so hard. And then it all fits into this really vicious cycle where no one takes responsibility, and therefore you can't even begin to have the conversation, because the minute you sit down with an official, all they tell you is, we're trying our best, and look, even the UN said we're trying our best in the last report. And I think it's really, there's more in this forum to be pushing pressure on the international community to hold governments that they back into account, as well as supporting them from sort of their teenage years into adulthood.
Okay, thank you very much for those responses. Unfortunately, we've run out of time, so we can't take any more questions, but thank you all for listening to us. Thank you to our panelists for your very insightful contributions.
Thank you, Lolan, and all our speakers. That was an amazing panel. I really liked what Elham Saudi said about being as creative as the governments are. And Eustace is going to kill me for this, but Lolan, before you rush out, do you mind sharing your outfit details with Eustace? He would like to purchase one. So, Eustace, don't kill me, please. Also, I have exciting news. We are currently trending on Twitter. Yay! So please take out your phones and hashtag LSE Africa 2017. Esime, please don't forget to tell your mom to spread it on WhatsApp since she's active. Okay. We also have the D for Dignity stand. That's the banner right there. They are on the ground floor, so you can check out their table. It's the project that the LSE Africa 2017 Summit team has decided to support. And now to my favorite part, lunch. So lunch is on the lower ground floor. Our ushers are ready to usher you to the lunch area. Speakers, your lunch is on the 8th floor. Thank you.
Yeah, some of them are here, so.
Yeah, the ushering up. I don't know, it's just hard. Like, I don't know exactly when to tell them to get up. Like, am I standing there while someone's talking or what? Like, how do I tell them to get out? Because when it's going on, you don't. No, but she's already doing timekeeping. It's just exactly like how they want it to be done. What the fuck is he even doing?
They're not doing anything. They're just sitting in there. That's
Okay, yeah, maybe we should like
people who are in charge of it. So after lunch we have a keynote speaker, and it's supposed to be at yeah.
Yeah, we've got enough.
but no, but even for the next. Are we going to ask speakers to go upstairs? Like,
Yeah, we have to. We should usher them upstairs.
Yeah, because they're
and tell them.
entertaining questions.
Tell them if they wanna. Well, actually, it depends if the people are
corporate
or VIPs.
Yeah.
Yeah. So, tell them their lunch is upstairs, and they should just tell them, and then the people will, like leave them to go. Yeah. So.
Charlie, can you hear me? Yeah, just get that lift down, the old lift down to the north bank. Just make the panelists that come in to come to the end for they wanted to use that lift over there. That's it. So if you can bring your lift to the north bank.
no one ever reports on what we say. But the minute Amnesty or Human Rights Watch does a report, even within the NGO sector, Western NGOs are seen as more credible, despite the fact that we're on the ground. And actually, but we never get reported on. Our stuff never gets reported on because the minute it has a logo or something that looks incredible, the brand is also it's the characters of the group, right? You're really kind of syndrome, especially with our presidents, where the minute someone from the UK says something, a white person says it. That's always no, but you know, it is. It's really funny, and it's just ridiculous. The amount of energy we spend just to enjoy the same. But it's effective, and I think with advocacy, you know, you really need to think about who am I out to protect, because it certainly isn't the Libyan state; it's the victims, and I don't care who the perpetrator is. And I think that's what's absolutely vital to go. What am I actually doing this for? Not doing this because I've mentioned this. What I care about is the people who are getting tortured. And so the Libyans go, and the Libyans we haven't been able to for our entire existence. And so I think it's that mentality that it's better to cover our mistakes. It's just our very logically. And I once, you know, we just need to go at this, well, it's not what I care about more, that we look like a respectable country, or we become so we have a problem as a legal organization. Plus, they have zero. All the hospitals. All the hospitals, all the hospitals, some of them are two embassies because the country will recognize one stuff, so in Egypt there's two embassies. Maybe embassies with two different so even like it's really silly, even when you try to get people to go, well, which if I use my passport, will they even recognize if I go to a different airport when I arrive, because it might be done by the wrong government. If I do it in the Libyan embassy here, then I shouldn't be flying in from just get it. How important like the passport how to show from Egypt? It depends where you're going. Yeah, if you're no, it depends. Yeah, if you go to Egypt, because Egypt comes with that just starting. Well, the really sad thing is a lot of it is just safety of the devil, you know. I mean, people like we knew how to go ship. It wasn't great, but we knew how to get some done. Now we don't know. We don't need to drive. Who do you have to pay to get your stuff done? Not sure. It's a Libya 6 to 8 million people, depending on which numbers you look at. 2.4 million, according to the UN, are now recognized as in need of some kind of humanitarian assistance. That's almost half for a country that's meant to be rich.
sure you do justice to everything. Man, take one behind the counter right here. The goat. Low. You take it with just this back. Guess that you want to take pictures of them.
Let me just post the side. Let me just steal the platform. Huh? Oh, this background. I want more photos. Yeah? Yeah, here. How many? Because you have to check if they are okay, please. 2. You check if they are okay.
Yeah, they're okay. They have a preview, so you have to see it after the film.
A lot of work?
Yeah.
No, but we're making it. Okay, so that comes fast.
Yes.
But I think I'll need this because I'll be using
Right. So
the PowerPoint. I don't need.
right. So but with this you can just you press it and it changes. So
Yeah,
you can change the slides like
I
that.
know, but let me use this. I think
Okay.
it's better.
Okay, so
Yeah.
you'll just use
Yeah,
the,
sure.
Okay. Okay.
Thanks for that.
Fantastic.
Okay.
Pardon? Yeah, after I just sort of calm things down. Yeah.
You're going to be the speaker for the next session. You're going to be the moderator or what?
Yeah. Yeah, Kai is here.
I told Kenneth he was going. Okay, that's fine.
Hello, everyone. We're about to continue. Please make yourselves comfortable. Yeah, she come and sit. Please get a seat. Please come in, make yourselves comfortable for us to start the next session.
Test, test,
Okay.
test.
Okay, it's working. Yeah. Do you want to turn the volume on? Okay, please turn it on. Yeah?
Feli's pointing the speech at the hotel, and she's coming over now.
Come on, you guys. I just want to introduce you.
No, because Angelique is going to introduce her. And it's the look of her. No, like, Feli, as we talk, she's putting it at the hotel because she's coming. Yeah.
Ladies and gentlemen, we are about to start the next session, please. The next session is a keynote address by Muhammadu Kar, and he will be welcomed or introduced by Professor Tandika. Professor Tandika is a professor of African development in the International Development Department at LSE. He was formerly a director of the Council for the Development of Social Science Research in Africa, Conderisa. He's also a senior fellow at the Center for Development Research in Denmark and has taught in universities of Stockholm and Zimbabwe. He is currently a professor for peace with the Institute for Future Studies in Stockholm. Please, Professor Tandika, we welcome you to the stage.
Good afternoon. Just a minor correction, I'm not a professor of peace anymore. It's a 3-year thing. I'm very delighted to be here and to introduce an old friend. Professor Kar and I, we met in the Codestria networks, and that time he was still in the Gambia. He's one of the most eminent scholars on IT in Africa. And he's an innovator and really a good institution builder. He's now engaged with the ADA in the University of Baku in Azerbaijan, and perhaps just show you the reach of Africa, how far Africa can reach out. Where he's there, the Vice Rector for Technology and Innovation, and he was founding Dean for the School of Information Technology and Engineering. He was the first Gambian to be appointed as President of the University of Gambia. And Professor Kar was, and I remember having a discussion with him precisely we spent the whole dinner discussing the University of Gambia, and we had all these speculations about how we could make this a regional university and open it up to other, and make it a big West African university. I still hope it will happen one day. I haven't given up that hope. And he doubled as Dean for the School of Business and Entrepreneurship at the American University of Nigeria. That's between 2006 and 2007. He was also the founding director of the African Center for ICT Innovations and Training, and he doubled as Chief Information Officer at the American University of Nigeria. So it's a great pleasure for me to welcome you here, and I'm sure the audience is in for a treat. Welcome, please.
Good afternoon. It's indeed an honor to be here at the LSE in this very important gathering of Africans and friends of Africa. I thank you very much, Professor, for the warm welcome you've accorded me. I'm deeply honored to be with you today here at the LSE. I also would like to thank the leadership of this university and the organizers of this great summit, the LSE Africa Summit. The team and the many volunteers obviously did a very brilliant work to put this thing together. It is an honor and a privilege to deliver this keynote address in this summit. I'm particularly delighted and encouraged more than ever because this suggests to me that the future of Africa is in safe hands. Undoubtedly, the strength and potential of Africa is in her resources, but particularly in her people, men and women, and in her youth. Most of you are in this room. You are the future of Africa and Africa's most talented and important resource. The fact that here at the LSE, year in and year out, African future leaders gather annually to discuss, to debate, and plan for the future of Africa is indeed commendable. I'm a Gambian diaspora from very humble backgrounds and had the opportunity to grow up in the United States of America, where I pursued my undergraduate and postgraduate work and gradually developed my professional and academic career in different universities. I settled down comfortably with my family in the US and never had plans to return home or to Africa. Wow. I don't think that's unusual of many Africans and many diasporans. However, let me quick to say, for some very interesting reasons, my wife, who is in the audience here, who is also an academic, and I never disconnected from the Gambia or Africa or anything African. We always kept in touch with family and periodically visited Harlem to eat and consume and interact and engage with Africans who sees that place as a hub to get a piece of Africa in New York. We always wondered and were disheartened about the Gambian and African condition in general and why things are the way they are, despite the enormous human capital and talent that Africa produces or produced, but only to see that talent, that resource, those people migrate to the West, like I did, to excel in respective endeavors, despite the abundant natural resources and amazing rich culture, or rich cultural context, and beautiful geography, the rhythm and soul of Africa. We abandon that and move to what we consider as greener pastures or better lives. As our lives and professional careers advance in the US, in the UK, and in the European world and Asia, I continued to come across African diaspora and brilliant students excelling and outperforming in the best universities and assuming leadership and respectful positions in the best of corporations or companies in many fields. We increasingly notice the continuing flow of Africans or Africa's medical doctors, nurses, engineers, academics depleting Africa of her most precious and most important resources, talented people. We queried, who will then build Africa? We also noticed Africa's most talented youths, who are creme de la creme, increasingly populating the corridors of elite universities, research institutions, and professional organizations. Few, like me, intended to return back. And I wonder whether all of you in this audience will join that statistics or will change that view or that perspective. Just like my wife and I, we are all among the huge growing diaspora population. This is a good thing, most will say. Is it? But quite worrisome. It is good, but quite worrisome. As economic conditions worsen due to corruption, failed and lack thereof of leadership in our countries, failures of our organizations, and collapse of our communities, more of Africa's youth are increasingly hopeless, see no beauty or soul or opportunity or dignity to stay in Africa. For them, there is no Africa to build. But driven to choose between the possibility of death and the low possibility to succeed, to migrate to the West. We all see the choices they made, and we and all friends of Africa are horrified with the images displayed in major television networks continuously. Some of them are our brothers, our cousins, our nephews, our neighbors. Talented resource disappearing. European policy and leadership and economics and relationships are shaped and challenged continuously by this. I think the recent interesting global dynamics in the United Kingdom, in the United States and Europe, the rise of nationalism and populism are some of the things that resonate with some of this worrisome picture. We equally question, with no answers, why this continues. The youths that subject themselves to that, you can't convince them that there is Africa to build. Our leaderships across the continent of Africa, our politicians, are hardly perturbed by this bleak phenomenon challenging all Africans and non-Africans. Being away in comfort zones and expressing concerns and engage in continuous debates and discourse is only in my humble opinion, a minor part of the solution. Africans, capable Africans, successful Africans, talented Africans, Africans in the diaspora, and African youths, friends of Africa and African leadership must take the responsibility and roll their sleeves, or our sleeves, and be on the ground in Africa to collaborate, to partner with those working day in and day out on the ground to make a difference, to change lives, and to address these challenges with very limited resources. All the societies and continents we Africans run to, or live, or reside, and call home, or desire, or yearn to live in, are all built through hard and smart work. We are the ones that can replicate and create what we yearn for, and the best of what we experience elsewhere. It can be done. It must be done. And we are the ones that are to do it. Generations of our uncles tried, did their best, limited in many ways, not opportune as we are. I bet you, when Prof was in university, there's hardly a room or a hall as populated as this from descendants, sons and daughters of Africa, in large numbers. It was only the elite few, the elite and the lucky few who were opportuned. So we are opportune to do something about it. We cannot do it, I submit to all of you, without education, quality education. We cannot do it without entrepreneurship. We cannot do it without innovation, even if it is frugal. We cannot do it without innovation. We cannot do it without investments. We cannot do it without freedom, freedom of expression, freedom of the press, freedom of the media, freedom of movement, freedom of making your own choices. We cannot do it without ethics. We cannot do it without discipline. We cannot build Africa without smart and hard work and the right mindset. And embracing, I say embracing, and be proud of our African values and our African heritage. For you are no successful African, and you will never build a resilient Africa, a sustainable Africa, if you abandoned the African values, the African heritage, the African culture, the African language, what I call the African ethos. Africa will not be built without those. And because we did not embody that, generations, the condition of Africa continues to elude all of us. But we can do something about that. I had the honor and privilege to be associated with the pre-dawn of the University of the Gambia with my wife, who is also an academic. Remember what I said earlier. I never thought I will go back to Africa. But we did. In small measures, in small ways, by going periodically to quietly volunteer. And perhaps there is quite a number of you doing that, and I will encourage you to do that. Those small steps of engagement and collaborations and partnerships and volunteering resulted in our accelerated involvement to do something about the African conditions in very modest ways. It led us to believe, with the results that we experience, that we are the ones collectively that can, brick by brick, build Africa, starting from our own communities and moving across borders and stripping our minds from boundaries and think Africa, not country, not ethnic, but Africa. And it's amazing when you do and shape your mindset, how that impacts and how that inspires and how that generates hopes in the youths. For our youths who see no hope, no dignity, no Africa to build, are void of artifacts, role models, and emulations of folks that give them hope that they can be. For as I said earlier, the brilliant, talented Africans that were to fill that space left, migrated, moved to other environments and strengthened those environments, and left with a yearning, with lots of ideas on how to correct them, but not the readiness to go and fix or be part of the solution. How then can we blame a youth who is not convinced? Those experiences of stepping out of our comfort zones and went home shows us a world beyond the boundaries of the greatness of the United States or Europe. It took us to the Middle East. We served in institutions in the Middle East, the American University of Sharjah to be specific. That was an extraordinary experience. Little that I know, that those experiences that put you in a multicultural, different and diverse environment will one day prepare me to better contribute to the African condition. That ignites a desire to contribute to the human development of people, not necessarily Africa or Africans per se, because we are all interconnected. And Africa cannot think in silos or within its bounds. It has to see itself as part of a global community, and its people will continue to crisscross the world. But hopefully, the best of what they learn and are exposed to are brought back to the continent to be part of a better solution to build Africa. My experience from the Gambia, moving from Rutgers University, Howard University, George Washington University, to help my country that never had a university before independence and after independence. What a shame. But what an extraordinary opportunity. And we've seen the impact that had done. The country could not have done it by itself. Therefore, to be part of the global community, when structured and ushered properly, can help. Our friends in Canada were the very first to step in the Gambia to bring university education or higher education in that country. And that collaboration and partnership provided the opportunity for me and my wife as a diasporan to contribute and to modestly reach out and impact the youths of the Gambia and other Africans. So you see, you don't have to be a diasporan and not be able to contribute. I mentioned earlier that we should not think of country. We should think of Africa. The first full-time job I had in Africa was not from the Gambia, interestingly. My first full-time job in Africa was in Nigeria. Isn't that something? And you know what? I have to confess to my Nigerian brothers and sisters here, with the glitz of Dubai and the comfort that I perceived and my family loved, to abandon that and move to Nigeria when you've never been to Nigeria, but you know wonderful Nigerians. For a young African professional, it's quite extraordinary, isn't it? Even my Nigerian friends in the US, when I told them that I was moving to Nigeria to work, they thought I was out of my mind. But as all of you and all talented Africans out there, all successful Africans, they never left Africa. Even if they say, like I did, that Africa is hopeless, they still believe in Africa and want to see a prosperous Africa. So moving from the United Arab Emirates, I was on sabbatical, then I extended as a visiting professor for a year, then it keeps on another year. So I was going back to my own university at Rutgers. They told me, you have to come back. On my way, I got recruited by American University in Washington, that there is someone who believes that education, higher education, quality higher education that is done right is the beginning or is central to building or rebuilding Africa, to providing solutions, to shaping the new leadership, different politicians, different academics, and was able to put enormous resources to do that. an American university was a willing and able partner to that. They started scouting for African academics to go and be part of that solution. Of course, when I got the call, I said, Nigeria? The images I see about Nigeria is not the most positive. What I hear about Nigeria is not the most positive. And I mean that in a very good way. But as an African who believes in Africa, opportune to do something about it, the only question I had to say to myself, how can I say no? If I do, I have no more right to talk about African solutions or African problems and challenges, because here I am given the opportunity to do something about it. To cut a long story short, I took the job. After the interview, before I got home, now I had my wife and my children to convince that they have to leave the glitz of Dubai to go to Nigeria. And it wasn't Lagos. It wasn't Abuja. When I tell my friends, they thought I was moving to Port Harcourt. And I said, no, I'm going to a very remote part of Nigeria, on the northeastern part of Nigeria. They said, what? And I said, yes, I'm going to Yola. The same response was given to me. They said, you're going to Yola to do what? Are you out of your mind? Do you know where that is in Nigeria? And interestingly enough, this conversation occurred between myself and a Nigerian on a flight from Heathrow to Lagos. You can imagine how long a flight that was, because he could not keep his excitement, and he's sorry for me. And to a point I thought, I hope I can have this plane turned back. But I decided not to listen to him anymore. Because I've never been. And if our very own, and clearly that was a successful, talented Nigerian professional, who obviously does not seem to be one who will be part of the solution to build Africa. It was the most and the best important decision I've ever done in my career, moving to Nigeria. I can attribute to every contribution I made in the Gambia and across Africa for that very modest but bold step to go to Nigeria. I see a different Nigeria. I see a totally different Nigerians. I saw the opportunity to build Africa through Nigeria. We built one of the best private universities located in the northeastern path, in Yola, where when you invoke her name, you have a similar response that I've heard. But we built the American University of Nigeria. I was the only young African to be part of that team because of the dismal collapse of public higher education and the entire education system of not only Nigeria but Africa. And through that private university, we were able to reconstruct, to revamp, to disrupt higher education. And the result continues to be brilliant. The graduates of that university in that remote part of Nigeria found themselves today in Google, in the top companies across the world. Most of them studied and continue to pursue postgraduate degrees in top universities across the UK and Europe and the United States. Quite a number of them own their own companies and startups in the technology area. Why is that? Because of the many diasporans that were convinced, who were comfortable in their academic appointments. As a dean, I hired over 30 Africans in disciplines that you don't find many of us: computing, mathematics, software engineering, computer engineering. And they decided also to leave their comfort zones to move to Yola. And the impact is amazing. So private higher education is a good choice, is a good alternative to fix Africa. Your theme of this conference touches on the issue of youth employment, skills of the youths, access to education, disrupting education, innovations around education. As a Vice Chancellor of the University of the Gambia, I was opportuned to visit many universities and learning institutions. Most of them, perhaps majority of you, graduated from. You know what you had to go through. You know the condition of Africa's higher education. You know the condition of Africa's earlier education, primary and secondary. We have a complete collapse and dysfunction in the entire education ecosystem that must be fixed if we are to build Africa. Our youths are not being prepared adequately. We don't have adequate quality teachers in our primary and secondary schools. Majority of Africans live in rural areas. They are not opportuned as many to go to private primary and secondary education or these private universities that we build, for there is a cost. And without the right education in primary, secondary, I will even go further, in early childhood, for a youth to optimize his or her potential, apart from the outliers, is an enormous challenge. And you see the majority who are not outliers are part of the statistics that risk their lives and ready to die or to reach the source of where they perceived prosperity. Something is fundamentally flawed in how our leadership neglect or not addressing the critical problem that shackles Africa, which is its collapsing education ecosystem. And I can't be convinced that it cannot be fixed. With incentives, with resources, with innovation, with creativity, with commitment, it can be done. For most of our leadership, for most of our successful people, are not boarded. Why? Because they are not, well, at least they think they are not affected, because they can afford to provide comfort and the right environment and the right education for their children. Most resort to private education because they are discouraged. And you see families, mostly our mothers, not fathers, but our mothers, who struggle 24/7 to provide an education opportunity for that child. Because that mother, mostly not educated, believes that to escape poverty, to escape hopelessness, to get back dignity, their child must be educated properly. I think, and it's my view, that our governments must encourage private education and extend it and ensure that it is affordable by providing incentives to those entrepreneurs who stepped into the private education entrepreneurship space. And that is in primary, in secondary, in skill hubs, where skilling, TVET, is encouraged, is funded, it is supported. For it is through TVET, technical vocation education, that we can return hope and skills to the youths of Africa and make them employable. Mostly TVET education is not attractive. It is perceived to those who cannot make it to the university, who are not smart enough. They are discriminated when they graduate in terms of the remuneration, but that can be fixed. The perspective and postures of the elitist nature of our universities, which is increasingly being challenged through disruptions, challenge that notion. I come from the American academic ethos in thought. I believe that universities must not only be spaces where research and teaching is done. I believe they should also provide spaces where professional and technical education can be imparted. We have to move away from the old classical theoretical foundations that our universities were founded upon. I'm not saying it is not important. I'm not saying it is not relevant. I'm not saying that it must be done. Yes, in order for us to build the right capacities, to build the right human capital for our economies, for Africa, we must transform and reform these institutions to do research, applied, relevant, appropriate research that addresses the challenges and problems of African society, and must be done well. How much time do I have? You know, I am struggling with a serious jet lag and a lack of concept for time. But I have a lot to say. I might as well, since I've come this far, right? As I was saying, we must transform and reform our education ecosystem. Our leaders, we blame them most of the time. They're corrupt, they're incompetent, they don't care. But they are who we allowed to play in that space. Why is it that talented Africans, capable Africans, who are the best of the breed, hardly step in the politics and addressing Africa, but shy away and sit on the perimeters? If you leave the mediocres to lead you, what would you expect? You take what you get. And you complain, and you get frustrated, and when you can't stand it anymore, you pack your bags and move to Europe and the United States and have a comfort life. And you think the problem will go away. The problem follows you wherever you are. So the sooner we begin to make sure that we have competent leadership in our parliaments to legislate, to debate, to discourse, to argue, which is good, to be stubborn, to think differently, which is okay. If you are amongst the few, then you can't effect change. But if the scale is high, then change will be imminent. If only one of you from LSE goes back to your country with all the great and brilliant accomplishments and professors that have imparted brilliant knowledge to you, you will be frustrated alone. But if it's many of you, you will be able to make a difference, significant difference. As I said, Africa's problem must be solved by Africans. Our universities are inadequately resourced. I'm talking about the public universities, where talent is supposed to emerge. Our professors are aging, the good ones that state are aging. Some of them your uncles and your fathers or your brothers. Some of the good ones have moved on to other universities because they were frustrated or their lives were at risk by that mediocre leadership that populates Africa. And there's nothing they could do about it. To build Africa, we need knowledge, we need research, we need science, we need innovation. The number of youths of Africans who are pursuing any of the STEM areas are very few. How then can we play a significant role on innovation, on technology, with very few numbers studying the hard sciences? If we don't do something about it, our development will continue to be a mirage or a shadow. STEM is important. Science, mathematics, technology, engineering, medicine, we can never get enough of it. So as entrepreneurs, or as graduates coming out, or as diasporans, there's a tremendous opportunity to get into entrepreneurship and invest in education, in skill development, in doing university right, to make sure that the circles of the controls of our governments on public universities is a thing of the past. That teaching and being an academic and a researcher is attractive, is a good thing for society, but not a risk to the individuals that find themselves in its pursuit. If half of what is taken away from government coffers is plowed into the education ecosystem, Africa will be a totally different reality. Most people, the talented people, are not getting into teaching or research or science for simple reason. The economics or the remuneration is grossly inadequate for them to make a decent living. if we have the will that can change, and when that change, and we steer talented young Africans back to the universities, back to teaching, back to science, encourage them to build companies, Africa's future will be much brighter and much sustainable. There's hardly any research coming out of our universities these days. That's a profound thing to say. We may say we don't believe in ranking of universities, but it's important. It's a good benchmark. It pushes excellence and performance. If only you don't believe in it, but do all those factors that you are judged, our universities, our education systems will be much farther away. And when you look at it, throughout in the entire continent of Africa, there's just but a handful, less than 5, that makes the top 500 universities with all of Africa's talent. But how can we, if our learning infrastructure, spending in education is inadequate? There is no labs or science to talk of in our universities or in our schools. How can we then fix higher education for a better human capital to build Africa? But you are the ones to do it. So I submit to you that the hope and our capacity to build Africa lies on our ability to reconstruct public education, private education, create skill hubs, empower the youth to get into entrepreneurship, provide hope and freedom of space and good leadership. When we do, we will be a better Africa. If we don't, the risk is higher. When you have hopelessness and lack of dignity, the mind is weakened and is an easy access to dubious elements across the world. All these scourges of terrorism and extremism are largely caused by failed education. Because an educated, a rightly educated person will not have the mindset to harm a fly. Education to me is not only certification and diplomas and readings and qualifications, no, it's more than that. And it is in the universities, by encouraging research, seeking of the truth, debates, arguments, collaboration, partnerships, will create that mindset that will not have time to harm or to hurt or to terrorize or to create insecurity, because that mind will be occupied to come up with solutions to solve the great societies, Africa's societal problems and challenges. Without it, lots of idle time. And there is a lot of idle time across Africa's capitals. You just have to walk around in any community in Africa and see the wasted minds and human resources that stand with hopelessness. To see young people, children, who are supposed to be in the classrooms, not in the classrooms. And when you visit the classrooms, there is no learning going on. Or if learning is going on, the type of learning is rote learning and not modern ways of learning. There is no teaching going on because there is no teachers in our school systems, because teaching is not attractive, doesn't pay well, is not meant for the smartest or the brilliant, is a profession of last resort. The classrooms hardly exist. You find classes on the trees, on the buses. And that's the majority of Africa. The question is, what are we going to do about it? What are you going to do about it? With the great education, the great exposure, the great access that all of you have, the great networks, how can you collaborate to make a difference? How can you step up to commit part of your lives to go back to your respective communities and teach in the schools that you came out of, or the weak schools, or to tutor, or to mentor? How many of us will go back and choose academics and research as a career to go back and fix our universities? And being an academic doesn't mean that you cannot be an entrepreneur, because the universities of the future are innovative and entrepreneurial. How can we make sure that we understand that the universities of tomorrow are never going to be like this? It is already there. The disruptions in learning technologies will enable me to sit in my room in a rural village and access to the best content and learning there is out there. So the way we rethink education, the way we rethink universities, the way we think about the spaces of learning, how we deliver learning, how we exchange and interact with knowledge assets and content, are going to continue to shift and be enabled by technology. The opportunities brought by Coursera, Udacity, EDX, MITx, etc., are providing, the Khan Academy, are providing the opportunity, I know time is up, are providing the opportunity for massive learners and access to learning across boundaries within country. I must commend, before I step off the podium, some of the interesting responses that I've seen from Africa's young, talented entrepreneurs to do something about it. The recent interesting and amazing, brilliant work that the African Leadership Academy continues to do across Africa, in South Africa, in Mauritius recently, disrupting higher education, I think is brilliant and must mushroom across Africa. The work that is done in Ghana by the Ashesi University, which was a diasporan who was at Microsoft, who went back home and engaged in private university and doing universities right. Our curriculums must be reformed, not only the way we teach, but fundamental flaws on the curriculums across Africa's learning institutions. The governance of Africa's universities must change and must be reformed. This control of government must be a thing of the past if we want to have quality institutions. Governance of higher education is very important and must be structured with best practices and modern ways, and not impositions and control of government. Very important. The autonomy of our universities must be full. Government must invest substantially and not a lip service to higher education. Once again, it is a great opportunity to have this moment to share some of these perspectives and thoughts. I wish I had more time, but I am deeply honored and privileged to speak before you and to humbly contribute my little thoughts about Africa's future and building Africa with African solutions. And the center of it, I submit, is our most important resource, which is our people, which is human capital, shaping it substantively. And to do that, we need a quality education ecosystem that is embracive and inclusive. That is important if we have to build the future of Africa and Africans. And the diaspora is a key actor and must be engaged. And the diaspora must not shy away and must not wait to be called upon. Africa's elite and the rich, the rising number of billionaires in Africa is amazing. And the question is, when are they going to begin to invest substantially in the youth of Africa, in the creativity of the youths of Africa? If Mark Zuckerberg of Facebook can go to Nigeria to invest in skilling up the youths of Africa through technology, through Andeli, where is the African billionaires? When will these billionaires or high achievers and successful Africans begin to engage in education philanthropy, in donating to fix our education ecosystem, rather than buying fleets of cars and planes and houses in Kensington, I just call a name, and some elite places out there? They can do it, and Africa will be different. The platform economy is a reality here. For Nigerians, here I commend Tony Elomilo for his work in entrepreneurship across Africa, and Jim Ovia of Zenith Bank for the work they continue to do to uplift the youth of Africa and to invest in Africa, to build Africa. African solutions cannot be isolated, must be integrative. And thank you very much.
Hello, everyone. Please get seated. We are running quite out of time. Thank you very much, Professor Carr, for such an inspiring speech. I'm now reconsidering my own career options after LSE. I now have the pleasure of calling on Professor Kenneth Simala to have a presentation for the panel on education. Thank you.
Thank you very much. May I start from where the keynote speaker ended and tell you about my coming yesterday. My journey started in Arusha, Tanzania. I was flying KLM, Amsterdam, Dar es Salaam, but before it lands in Dar es Salaam, it goes through Arusha. So when I boarded, I sat next to a young man, and we talked, and he told me he's a student here in the UK at Leeds University. I asked him where he was going. He said he was going home. And he said he goes home as a ritual at least 2 times a year, and that he's determined at the end of his studies to go back to Tanzania to build Tanzania. And then in Dar es Salaam, the Dar es Salaam Amsterdam sector, a young Chinese lady came and sat next to me. And so we were talking, and she told me that she works with their farm, Chinese company that is involved in improving airports in Africa. And so she was very excited about moving around Africa, and that she feels Africa has a lot of potential. But apart from visiting the airports that were being renovated, she had time also to see our animals and beaches. And then from Amsterdam to London, I sat next to an entrepreneur from Denmark. He was coming here, and he says he works in the solar sector, and they are developing something for Africa, but he was very pessimistic. Then I asked him why. He says Africa has a very long way to go. So I said, how much do you know about Africa? He says, well, we have developed something, but we are waiting for our government to help us. I mean, those are the narratives about Africa, the stories about Africa. But let me say that I work with the East African community. I head the East African Kiswahili Commission based in Zanzibar. East African community is one of the development communities, regional economic communities on the continent. It's made of organs and institutions, as they call it. We have the East African Secretariat, we have the East African Court of Justice, and then we have the East African Legislative Assembly. We have institutions. Kiswahili is one of them, it's based in Zanzibar. We have the Inter-University Council based in Kampala, the Lake Victoria Fisheries Organization in Jinja, Lake Victoria Basin Commission in Kisumu, Kenya, East African Health Commission in Bujumbura, and we have the East African Science and Technology Commission based in Kigali. We have a new institution called the East African Competition Authority. So I'm trying to make you understand that mine is one of the new institutions. But the interesting thing was a question I was asked by the Tanzanian young student who is learning in the UK. He wondered why I had never, he wanted to know whether I was coming to the UK for the first time. I told him no. I've been a visiting fellow at Cambridge. Why have you never thought of staying out? I said I've been at Cambridge, I've been a visiting fellow at Northwestern, I've been at the Institute of Social Studies in the Netherlands. They are good places, but I feel it's better for me to be at home, and that's why I'm at home. And so, what I'm trying to do here is to share with you little stories of what is happening on the continent. And I'm using the case of the East African Kiswahili Commission, an institution of the East African community, on what we are trying to do in contributing towards development on the continent. My presentation has 8 slides, 8 subtopics, but I'll be very brief. I'm trying to discuss the strategic importance of Kiswahili as an institution and as a tool of communication. And my argument is that Kiswahili is an important tool for mobilization and empowerment of citizens. And this is so because we believe at the East African community that for regional integration to be achieved, for sustainable development to be realized, it's important for communication to be given a role. It is for this reason that the commission in charge of Kiswahili was established, so that language, and we thank God the region has a common language, Kiswahili as a language of wider communication. The East African Community now has 6 partner states: Tanzania, Uganda, Kenya, Burundi, Rwanda, and now South Sudan. And so Kiswahili is seen as a resource that can be harnessed and utilized in the transformation of the region. And we believe that the transformation of the community depends in a large measure on the use of this common language. We are saying that as the community embarks on its 4th development plan, this language is important to help innovating policies and programs so that citizens of the community are made to be active participants and agents of change. When we talk about the language of wider communication, we have to realize that the issue of language is very, very important, is crucial, but again, it's an emotive matter. It's emotive in the sense that it's complex, and it's looked at differently by different people, different institutions, because language enacts power, dominance, and inequality. On the continent, language has been a site of controversy in terms of which language is chosen, developed, and used. For us in East Africa, Kiswahili has been chosen as a language of wider communication, and the East African Legislative Assembly has resolved that it will be the official language of the community. This doesn't mean that there are those who do not support it. It doesn't mean that everybody is on board. But the role of our commission is to try and harmonize the development and use of this language, meaning that we recognize that different players, individuals, institutions, and even governments that have different language policies. Ours is supposed to be an institution that provides policy, and our interest is to link theory, policy, and practice in the development of the community. So the issues of which languages should be used have been raised but are being addressed. We are approaching a pragmatic language policy where we don't isolate other languages, but we develop other languages, but with a preference on Kiswahili as a common language. We are saying that the Commission has a mandate to help the East African community to construct a coherent vision on regional integration and sustainable development. The people have to be empowered. The people have to be made to understand what it is that they are going to benefit from regional integration and what it is that sustainable development entails. And so the Commission has a number of functions: strengthening communication through the use of Kiswahili. We are supposed to develop this language. We are supposed to initiate, assist, and encourage its use at different levels in different domains. We are supposed to collaborate in research, teaching, and dissemination. We are supposed to offer quality education for purposes of producing quality professionals. We are supposed to reform or promote curriculum reform so that citizens are equipped with the relevant skills: listening, speaking, reading, and writing. We are supposed to deal with the issues of quality assurance. We are also supposed to assist members in personal development, capacity building. We are also supposed to assist governments and other appropriate bodies in developing strategies in terms of investing and promoting the language. And this can be done through exchange of staff and students. We are supposed to carry out survey to monitor and encourage the development of this language. In other words, our commission is charged with the responsibility of trying to make the East African citizens understand the interface between language as a tool of communication, language as a cultural, a social institution, regional integration, and sustainable development. And this we are doing by dealing with complexities and compromises in existing language policies, various processes of development, and we believe that by doing so, we shall help the East African people to identify and express their needs and assist them to take responsibility and control their lives and those of the community. How is it that the East African Commission, East African Kiswahili Commission, which is an institution of the East African community, can help in the search of solution to the challenge of development or seeking solutions to African issues? We are saying for us, the major issue is development. And our argument is that if development is fixed, then the other issues are almost half done. But we start from the premise that there is no one solution that fits all and the whole of Africa. And therefore, we believe that there are solutions within the continent to solve the issues we face. But the biggest asset that Africa has are its people. We have to consider our institutions, our cultures. We have to think about communication, accessing development information and skills. We have to think about how to collaborate and partner. We have to see how to fill the missing link between theory, policy, and practice. And coming from Kiswahili Commission, I argue that we cannot do that without talking about language. As I come towards the conclusion, I wish to say that as a commission, we are dealing with the issues of sustainable development goals. And we are saying that we need a new model of development, a model that takes in consideration the language factor as a tool of communication and as a social institution. The Commission will help the East African community to frame a new approach to development by integrating Kiswahili into the post-2015 development agenda. And we believe there are various activities and programs that will be initiated so as to assist citizens of the community to develop into creative thinkers and innovators capable of transforming their lives and society. We are thinking about creativity, innovation, and transformation as being critical in developing new ideas, solving problems, implementing solutions to challenges of sustainable development. We have argued in this paper, which is available, that Kiswahili is crucial for integration and sustainable development, that as a language, as an institution, it has to be mainstreamed in dealing with the issues of sustainable development goals. But as we say that, we are not lost of the fact that development challenges are enormous in scale and complex. We don't have simple answers, but we are saying that Kiswahili can deliver innovative solutions and transformative change. The language has the potential to turn around the East African community by bringing out voices of grassroots citizens and facilitating dialogue on SDGs. We are calling for action, creativity, and innovation in order to tackle challenges of regional integration and sustainable development. Our commission is largely focused on issues of research, innovation, public policy, and education. We call upon those of you here who are interested in issues of language and development to partner with us, to link with us, and collaborate. And lastly, I wish to invite you for our conference that will be held in September, on 6th to 8th of September 2017 in Zanzibar, on the role of Kiswahili in the transformation of the East African community. Thank you very much for listening to this minority.
Where are my panelists? So much time do we have now?
We just like have perhaps 30 minutes.
How much?
On top of the hour. Perhaps we wouldn't take questions from the audience.
No, there will be no questions. No. We agreed they will just make a few remarks themselves and then open questions. There will be no big debates from this side.
Okay, great. I'll just announce to them that there won't be any questions because of it.
But how much time do we have, you said?
We can do till 4 o'clock, I think. Yeah. Or less than that.
Oh, sure.
Yes.
Which side? We've got to sit in order of our names.
That's nice. I'll just give you the floor.
Yeah, look, I'm sure, as you may have noticed by now, we have some serious problems with the timing. And we're actually an excellent panel now. And I regret that I will have to restrict them severely because we just don't have the time. What we can do very quickly, I think, one is that the two major discussions actually relate to what especially the first speaker touched upon what each one of you here is worrying about, innovations in education and so forth. So it fits in well, and the language problem, of course, is always be there. There's something very strong about the language. There's never been. No country has ever developed in a foreign language. It's just impossible. That's a statement to make. And I'm sure there would have been no industrial revolution in Latin. You had to go into English and French and German to have the industrial revolution for obvious reasons. One, that in order for science to be effective, it has become part of people's common sense. And that happens in their language. It doesn't happen in the foreign language. So I think it's very, when we think about these reforms, one thing we have to worry about actually is the language of education. I will therefore ask the panelists to do something slightly different from what we plan to do, which is partly to discuss what you were going to discuss, but also to respond, to relate that to some of the issues raised by the keynote speaker, because they are really about the new initiatives in education and how this work out. What some of you are doing already, and how this relates to the proposals that were made about how to go the way forward. We have very little time, so you'll be given 5 minutes each, and that'll be it. Yeah. Right.
Good afternoon. I'm Stacey, and I'm from Johannesburg, South Africa, and I'm the CEO and co-founder of Spark Schools. We are a network of low-cost or affordable private primary schools operating in South Africa. We currently operate 11 schools across the country, serving over 4,000 families. We launched in January 2013 as a way to address the national crisis that we see in education in South Africa today. Our government has prioritized education because we currently spend the greatest proportion of our budget and GDP on education, the greatest out of any of the BRICS countries, and yet we are bottom of the world in terms of quality of education when you look at the Global Competitiveness Report. At Spark, we're saying that is not good enough. And so what we have done is that we have benchmarked our total cost to educate on government's total cost to educate in order to provide a model that's affordable to the country. But at the same time, just because we're offering education at a certain price point, it does not mean that the quality should be compromised. And so we aim to benchmark our quality on international standards. And the way we are able to do that is through our blended learning model. We have introduced we are the first blended learning model on the African continent, and that is fundamentally technology that's been integrated into the schooling system. It allows us to do two things. Firstly, it allows us to drive cost efficiencies within the system in order for us to provide education at our price point. But at the same time, it creates a very data-rich environment in order to differentiate our instruction. And so what that looks like today in terms of how we are operating, we are currently running 11 schools cheaper than government who are running 25,000 schools. Our children are performing at least one grade level above their peers. We do not screen any of our children. It's a first come, first served basis because we aim to prove that any child from any community in South Africa can achieve. Our next big goal is to be operating 20 schools by 2019, serving over 13,500 children, and will grow beyond that.
Hi, my name is Yusuf Ahmed. I work at the African Leadership University, and I feel under a lot of pressure after Professor Mohamedou's comments. We're not going to be able to go into all the details about how we're disruptive or innovative, as some of our fans say, but I'll say a little bit about our model. We're currently based in Mauritius. That's where we're headquartered, and we've recently opened our second campus in Kigali in Rwanda. The vision of the university, really, as the name suggests, is to bring leaders and young people from all over Africa and eventually the world. Currently, we have students from over 30 different African countries, and bring them to this crucible through which they become change makers. The way that works is in their first year, they go through this leadership core, 4 courses through which they pursue 7 meta skills, ranging from critical thinking and quantitative thinking to project management and soft skills like leading self or leading others. Examples of projects they do are with IBM or with Cellulent, which is based in Kenya, or reading and debating Steve Biko or some of Mahmoud Mamdani's work on Rwanda or on Sudan. But after going through that first year core, they've developed some foundational skills. They then go off for internships. It's a mandatory part of the program. And they intern all over the world, ranging this year with students from all the way going to Shanghai in China, as far west as San Francisco, but also throughout the continent, from rural Cameroon to Cape Town. And during their internships, they apply and extend the skills that they learn. And after they go for the internships, they come back to their second year where they really launch into our degree programs. So currently we have 4 degree programs in Mauritius. We're also expanding our degree program offerings in Rwanda. And what's interesting about the degree programs, I know I only have 5 minutes, so I'll keep it brief, and this is where we get to the reinventing part. We're a blended learning model similar to Stacy's Spark Schools. What that means is we leverage technology for a couple things. One is to reduce costs. Partially because we have this commitment to open source, both for our own university, but also so that eventually, as we develop content and curate content, it can be used by the public sector, which, again, to be honest, if change is going to happen in education in Africa or elsewhere, it needs to be adopted by the public sector as well. So partially, again, it's a commitment to open source, but it also allows us to do something quite valuable, and that's learning analytics, really understanding how students engage with learning inside, but also outside of the classroom. So the degree programs, I'll just give you an example. An engineer comes to African Leadership University, and they start their second year not by going and sitting in a lecture hall like this, but by picking up an Arduino and a Raspberry Pi, and then being forced to actually apply what they're learning in their theoretical aspects to being able to manipulate this breadboard and being able actually to do things with a Raspberry Pi. For example, 4 weeks into classes, I had a student who built a version of Nest. Nest is one of these connected home apps. Simply using a breadboard, a Raspberry Pi, a pretty poor Fujitsu computer, and the internet, right? Pretty incredible, 4 weeks in an engineering program. But that's the vision for the place. The last thing I'll say is, after going through this program, there are a couple pieces which kind of make us unique. So one, again, is this emphasis on skills, but also on knowledge, but then bringing the two together to enable students to pursue their mission. So we have a lot of emphasis on both leadership development through both very intentional discussion groups, through coursework that forces students to really introspect, but also simply by the fact that you're bringing students from diverse backgrounds. I mean, for example, last week we had student town halls on food. And I mean, food is a big issue. When you're living on an island very far from home, where West Africans are asking for jollof, the South Africans are saying, yo, we don't want jollof, it's too spicy. And some of my students from Morocco, they're like, hey, where's the shawarma? But when they're not debating about food, they're debating about what their visions for future of not just Africa, but the world is and should be. And that's really the vision of the place, to again bring these young people together and really turn them into change makers. The last piece, I know we were speaking beforehand about kind of questions that you'd be interested in, and I think that's what we're doing beyond kind of the campus that we have in Mauritius and the one we have in Rwanda. And that's how do we interface with other institutions, including the public sector. I mean, at the end of the day, our work is going to be a drop in the bucket. So right now we have only about 400 students if you include both Rwanda and Mauritius. If you think about the higher education problem, there are millions of students each year that need to go through tertiary education. And even if we scale, say to 20 campuses and 200,000 students, that's a drop in the bucket. So the way in which we interface with public education institutions is already, for example, we've started working with Nelson Mandela Metropolitan University in Port Elizabeth, South Africa, with Botho University, and a number of things from, again, there's open sourcing, there's sharing content that we've developed, there's eventually licensing content, there's bringing other people to see the work that we're doing and exposing them to it, but eventually as faculty come through our campus, it's sending them off so they can go impact other public institutions. Before working at ALU, I worked in the university sector in Egypt, both in private institutions, but also with places like Jamiat Qahira, Jamiat Ain Shams. These are huge institutions that impact thousands upon thousands of students. And in order to make the change, it's not just about the work that we're doing, but bringing that work to the other institutions, both on the continent and elsewhere.
Thank you. Is it on? Yeah, I hope it's on. Yeah, I'm a bit under the weather, so my voice might be a bit cracked. I'm Moses Okesh. I'm basically an academic. I'm at UCL, and I'm a co-director there for the Center for Education and International Development. And my research basically covers issues around the contribution of education to economic growth and prosperity, as well as reducing poverty and dealing with issues of inequality. And at UCL, we are at the Institute of Education, which is considered #1 in the world in that area of education. And so if you believe on those rankings, we think we are doing the right thing, because we've been ranked #1 for the 3 last consecutive years in areas related to education. My research basically straddles the ecosystem of education. When I listened to the keynote today, I felt that he was speaking to a lot of issues that I've been writing and researching about, as well as some of the challenges that Africa face. I mean, one of it is to look at issues around access, relevance, and equity. But also, he did talk about TVET, and also he has mentioned the connection between skills and knowledge. And Africa hasn't defined these issues very well. But much of my research is looking at some of the challenges that we see there today, and most of them have been highlighted. We know where the problems are. And education is one area where international community is quite engaged in. I mean, you find DFID is quite involved, USAID, the World Bank. I was at a conference in the US just about 2 weeks ago, and it was all about education. I was giving a keynote in Egypt last year about the role of technology in education under e-learning. And there's a lot of innovative ideas which are being bundled around on how to improve education. One of the things that we do agree on is that access has improved tremendously at the basic level, but it's actually bottomless access. Most of these kids are not able to have good learning outcomes, and therefore the opportunities in life are also very limited, creativity and etc. So classrooms are full, and you see all that across a number of countries. So the idea is how do you improve opportunities for a lot of kids who have gone to school to be able to come out of the schooling system with the kind of skills that can lead to transformations in their lives. And there's never an easy answer to that. And I listened to the question of the language today about Swahili and etc. And when you look at places in a number of African countries, you talk about East Africa where Swahili is dominant. When you talk to parents, they say they don't really want Swahili. They want the kids to learn in English and etc. Because even the poorest kids, the poorest parents and poorest households are looking at what they see as the best outcome. So they say, well, the minister speaks in English, the children of the ministers are in English, why do you want my children to learn in Swahili? And the teachers are poorly trained to be able to translate these local languages into actual classroom teaching models. So there's a lot of challenge for us. I think it is great that there's been a bit of input in terms of prioritizing education. I mean, very few people will disagree that education is important. Only a bunch of economists, I can count them on my fingertips. But usually they introduce irrelevant controls to make sure that education doesn't look relevant. But education is very good in demographic issues. We know its role in democracy. We know the private role of education through human capital in terms of greater earning outcomes. But we also know the non-market benefits of education. Those who are educated marry better. Those who are educated have less domestic violence. Those who are educated live longer. I can enumerate the list. Anybody who is properly educated, as the keynote said, always end up with a good life. They live longer too. So the benefits of education are enormous, enormous. And sometimes when I go to Africa and I find us arguing and quarreling about education, I don't understand why. Because even those who are quarreling about education are properly educated. So it is about finding the best investment to education. But the issue is that education is very costly, very expensive. The problem in Africa today, the keynote said it, is that we've left it to go bad for too long. Most of the teachers are basically illiterate, and they're the ones we entrust with our children. Most teachers are not able to teach the subjects they are meant to teach. We did a test in Kenya as a part of our research. We tested teachers in the entire country, and all the teachers, they could only score an average of, one teacher scored 17% in mathematics. The average score for teachers was about 60%, not far better than their kids. And we brought these teachers together and the minister, and we discussed, and the teacher said, look, we are not smart. We don't know this game. The thing was, this was happening on this very same day that Kenya was actually promulgating its new constitution in 2010. So the media coverage, we were competing in the media coverage with the new constitution. So the person who had come from Teacher Service Commission, who was a junior staff, had to call the CEO to say, this issue is now too big. But it just tells you how they don't put strong priority on issues around research, which the keynote speaker spoke about. So in conclusion, I think that education is very key. Getting it right is important. The solution is going to be a long way, a long, long way. And I did listen to the idea of the connection between skills and knowledge through TVET. And I think TVET that we have today is hopeless. How we can transform it into a TVET that can be transformational is going to be a challenge. Look at it this way. 80% of young people are already employed. They're employed in the informal sector. Some are idle, but 80% of them are employed in informal sector. How do we tap the skills they already have so that they can improve the services and they can improve the earning capability that they have in the informal sector? TVET doesn't know how to do this. We still teach TVET in terms of metal skills, in terms of carpentry. I wouldn't want my kids to do those. So, why do we want to insist on other people's kids to do those kind of things? There's a huge amount of policy transformation and strategic thinking that is required. So I leave it there. The solution is not easy. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Good afternoon, everyone. I always insist that people have to respond. Good afternoon. Good afternoon. My name is Awina Okech, and I'm a lecturer at the School of Oriental and African Studies, and I teach with the Center for Gender Studies. So that is important for framing why I'm in this, at this table. But I think the next set of statements that I'm about to make are much more important for the sort of the political remarks that I want to offer as part of the broader discussion we are having today around reinventing education. I'm a daughter of teachers, a daughter of a history and English teacher and a mathematician. All of my education was taken in the African continent. I did my primary foundational and formational education in Kenya and the rest of it in South Africa. I went to university for my undergraduate degree at the height of the structural adjustment programs. So I understand and know the impact of what these structural adjustment programs did to the higher education sector and the impact it had on certain countries that it did not have on others. Leaving Kenya to go to South Africa was a very different kind of educational experience. I think it is important for us to ground the fact that having and accessing good and quality education on the African continent today is possible. I have only just recently left the age bracket of youth, so I'm not that much older, right? And I only just recently moved to the United Kingdom. And I think it is also important for us to ground the discussion on reinventing education in a history, in a political history that situates the roots of the decay of higher education institutions, in a history that has seen increasing divestment from higher education that many African countries have not recovered from. You look at University of Nairobi today, you look at Sheikh Anta Diop today, those are institutions that are living in their former glory. So we cannot have discussions around the place of African universities ranking in global international ranking systems without locating this political history. We cannot have a debate around the place of research in institutions of higher learning on the African continent without looking back to the history of how these institutions have crumbled and continue to crumble because of the lack of divestment. Now, to situate history is not to absolve ourselves of the responsibility of the things that we could have done different. Don't get me wrong. But I think it is impossible for us to begin to ask why African scholars are not publishing as much when for over 10 years, the focus of African academics working on the African continent was about survival. It wasn't about research and writing. The focus of African universities for the last 10 to 15 years has been about engineering their academic programs and systems to feed the notion of development. Now let's ask ourselves, who is defining this development, and what kind of development is this? And what kinds of courses are therefore being devised as critical to this development project? And so the kind of increasing divestment, even today, that we are seeing from social sciences, from arts and culture, in a lot of our African universities, to ideas such as STEM and technology, and don't get me wrong, as I said, I'm a daughter of a mathematician, so I recognize the importance of questions of STEM and technology. But the minute that we continue to divest resources from social sciences, interrogating the importance of questions of political science, literature, linguistics, history, arts, and culture, and placing overemphasis on questions on entrepreneurship, what models of higher education are we building on the African continent? It's a neoliberal model of higher education that is geared much more towards the market and less towards producing the kinds of higher education institutions that you are all sitting in the West, in Europe, in America, and elsewhere, that have struck a fine balance between notions of STEM, technology, entrepreneurship, and the authentic work of academics doing research for teaching and research for knowledge production. And so as we get sucked up in this narrative around entrepreneurship and STEM and technology, it is important for us to interrogate what our role is as Africans in redefining the kinds of scholarship that we want to emerge from the African continent. The African continent today is one of the continents where the largest numbers of peacekeeping missions are situated today. The African continent today is one of the continents where the largest amount of resources around countering violent extremism are being sort of channeled into today. So I want to put forward on the table a much more deeper interrogation of the larger politics that sustains conversations in higher education, whether it's in Africa or in the globe. When we talk about the absence of African scholars in sort of well-established journals, part of our conversation about well-established journals is also a conversation that erases the knowledge production that is happening in other sites. When the chair of this panel was introduced, he was introduced as having been a former director of Codesria. And so the final point that I want to make for those of us sitting in the room, for those of you who are writing and researching Africa, who are the African scholars you're citing? Who are the African women scholars you're citing as part of your corpus of knowledge? Who are the African scholars you're in conversation with? Because if we recognize that there has been a sort of brain drain, if you will, of African scholars from higher education institutions, not all of them have come to Europe, not all of them have come to America. There are very many African scholars that are sitting in think tanks, that are sitting in other sites around which knowledge is being produced. And so when you write your thesis and when you write your dissertations, please remember this question: which African scholars are you citing?
We don't have much time, so I choose to, as chair, to abuse the chair. I think there's some very interesting things you'd say, which was a question I planned that we would discuss, but obviously we won't have discussion. There are some figures that one must have in mind when we discuss about education, private sector, public sector. There are today in Africa, but 5 years ago, there were 3 million students in African universities. The African university population is the fastest growing in the world. And that means by now it's about 6 million. Right? And so when we think about these special initiatives, how do they relate to these 6 million? Because ultimately, unless these initiatives are scalable to a meaningful extent, they won't affect the 6 million. And the 6 million are mostly in state universities. And so, and I don't know of any part of the world which has developed without state universities. So we have just to think about how do we, the point you're making is very, very valid. Our universities went through a crisis together with our economies in the 80s. It's the question, how do you revive those universities? And that's one, just the sheer number. There are interesting enough, we worry a lot about brain drain. Only 10% of Africans actually leave 10% of academics actually leave the continent. Okay. Most of them stay in Africa. If today, most of our governments in Africa are run by people trained in African universities. Most of the heads of state, for better or worse, are trained within African universities. So the African university remains central to the future of Africa, and I think we would bear in mind those figures. And finally, the TVT story. The countries that I come towards TVT from a social policy perspective. Now, the countries which have successful technology and vocational training programs are ones in which educational sector and the labor market are very well coordinated. If you just introduce good TVT schools and you have no link to labor market, you won't make it. And there have been experiments where the Germans tried to transfer their model to Africa, but forgot that in Germany, these vocational schools are linked to the labor market policies, which guarantees the best, a job, or which guarantees the employer, the quality of the student and so forth. So it's very easy to think of expanding TVT, but you have to really think that it's not only a purely educational issue, but also very closely related to how labor markets function. And on the language issue, I was, some years ago, I was in Japan. We were taken to a place where they were doing a lot of research on machine translation. They were translating things from foreign language into Japan. They were spending something like $9 billion on translation from foreign languages into Japanese. Finland translates more books than the whole of Africa does, from different languages into Finnish languages. The reason why our experiments on Swahili in Tanzania and so forth have not been that productive, and the reason why there's perhaps a reluctance about going that route, there is no policy on translating books into Swahili. It is significant that the first book to be translated from a foreign language into Japanese was a book found on a Dutch ship, which was a book, Anatomy. Well, the first book that Nyerere translated was on Julius Caesar. Now, you can see the contrast there, that it was not the science text. There are no science texts being translated into our languages. And mostly, and I think that we have to think that if you provide massive translation, the language will pick up. If there's no translation, just one more example. In Malawi, like most countries in Africa, kids have to read Achebe's Things Fall Apart. Somebody translated it into Chewa, and that became a big hit. And many students preferred to read Achebe in Chewa than in English, because they could understand the language. So that partly because of the poor training in English at lower levels, you just compound the problem. If the teacher speaks bad English, he's going to teach physics in bad English to kids. Just impossible deal we have. UNESCO has done a lot of work on comparing kids who study mathematics and physics in local languages and in foreign languages. The ones who do it in local languages always outperform those who do in foreign language. And these are the most abstract sciences you can think of, because that's where your mind is really working, So I think Africa will have to address the language problem seriously, and that means huge investments. We can't simply say that we like the language. That's just, and we end there. It requires a lot of investment, but I think it will pay off. It is not that Africa should cut off, just that the world trades in English, but produces in local languages. All factories are manufacturing in French, Spanish, and so forth, and then they trade in English. So we are the only ones probably trying to manufacture both in English and trade and manufacture both in English and foreign language, and we're not doing very well, so we're not a very good example in that. So I would suggest for those who are working on languages that perhaps we should, instead of arguing it from a purely culturalist point of view, that there is actually a valid economic argument for national languages, that we're not, and as I said, the Japanese were saying that it's cheaper for them to spend $9 billion translating into their language than making every Japanese learn how to speak English as well as an English person does. It was cheaper. Just the economics of it was cheaper. And we've been told to shut up. There's a sign saying that I should stop somewhere. I'm sorry, you have no idea because of the short of time, what you're missing out of this panel. This was a very dynamic panel. There are so many things they have all unable to bring forward. I've been told to stop now. And just to thank the panel for their patience and for their gracefully accepting the constraints on them, and for you also accepting the loss of not having listened to this great panel.
Thank you very much, our panelists. Can I make a request, please? Can I request that we all get seated? We have a keynote who is quite important to us, and we want everybody to be very seated while he enters the stage, please.
Why is there two? Yeah, we have videos for this keynote. Yeah. Good.
right, so shall I? And then he's going to come on, and then what's going to happen?
Yeah, when he comes on, I think they'll start playing the video. He comes.
All right.
Oh God, this is so.
All right, so I'll get ready to sit down, and then then someone will come on and play the video, all right?
Yeah, you're playing the video for now, sorry.
Yes, that they sent me the video. They asked me to have it up. I'm not sure if they want me to press the play button or.
All right. So shall we? Is he waiting to come on now?
Yes.
So is he out there?
Yeah, he's like, I think he's over there.
So he's suddenly going to come in, or?
Yeah. You come in, perhaps we sort of introduce him. I just don't know how this guy
we don't know when he's going to come in.
Yeah, that's the issue then.
Okay. Is he there? No. Okay. All right, ladies and does this work? Hello? Can everybody sit down, please? Can you all stop talking? Anybody who is talking has to come down the front so I can keep an eye on them. Can you all sit down, please? So we have a very special guest coming next. He's a little bit shy. His picture is in the, he's going to come with spaghetti on his head if you look at the picture there. Okay. Why are you here? You're my bodyguard.
Yes.
Okay. All right. So he's going to come. Are you all listening to me attentively? But what about the people there? What about that man on his phone? All right. Shh. So a requirement of this presentation is everybody is sitting down when he comes in, and you remain seated until he leaves. Yep. I'll say something about him when he comes, but I have to spend a bit of time with you waiting for him to arrive there, and then he will suddenly burst in, I think. So I have an audience, and I don't really have a speech, so I could tell you a bit about my life. We've actually had several talks today about people's lives, haven't we? Yeah. Actually, my introduction to Africa was very educational. I was originally, after I left school, I went to work in the civil service. And I thought it was a bit dull. And on a very rainy afternoon, I found an advertisement in the Guardian newspaper for teachers in Sudan. So I went off to Sudan, and my poor parents didn't see me for almost 4 years. That was before there were telephones and things like that. And I had the rather bizarre job of teaching the English syllabus in Sudan. And the English syllabus at that time was based on one seminal text, a very relevant text for Africa. It was called The Importance of Being Earnest. I want you to reflect for a moment what it's like to try to explain to a Nur pastoralist why it's funny to say the piano's not my forte. Or to explain why it's good that education in England has no effect whatsoever, otherwise it would lead to acts of violence in Grosvenor Square. Or why it's important that someone was born in a handbag. Very strange things to try to communicate. Fortunately, it was a multiple choice examination, so as long as they learnt it, it was fine, even if they didn't know what a handbag was. So I taught the importance of being earnest for quite a long time in Sudan. I was rather disappointed in the end. They changed the syllabus to an even more relevant text, Arms and the Man by Bernard Shaw. So that was my experience of first teaching in Africa. It was very, very extraordinary for me. I mean, I lived in a rather remote part of Sudan. I went back there in 2009, and all that was left of my school was a blackboard. Everything else had been destroyed. And it was very moving to go back there so many years later and try to make contact with some of the people I'd taught all those years before. It was the start of a very long connection with Africa. How long do I need to talk about my connections with Africa? So one of the things... What? Oh, no, I think my life's much more interesting than the Africa Centre. Yeah. One of the things, when I went to Sudan, I thought, well, I wasn't quite sure where Sudan was, yeah? So I went to a bookshop, and Foyle's bookshop not so far from here, and I said, do you have any books on Sudan? And they said, ooh, that'll be anthropology. And so they sent me to the anthropology department, and I was given a copy of The Nur by Evans Pritchard. And so when I arrived in Sudan, I arrived there with this book, The Nur by Evans Pritchard. Has anybody read The Nur by Evans Pritchard? 1928, I think. Has a map of Malakal in it. And when I arrived at the Ministry of Health, they asked me, at the Ministry of Education, they said, well, where would you like to go? And I said, well, I've got this book. And so they sent me to Malakal. And so I had this book, and I had read all about the sedimentary opposition of the Nur, and about acephalous societies. And I kept asking them questions like, tell me about your sedimentary opposition. And they would look at me somewhat confused. And then eventually one of my Nur friends said, why don't you just read the book? And then they pulled out a copy of the Nur, because they'd all been reading it and telling me what they'd read in the book about their own society. Which was rather... Oh, what's that say? Everyone seated, doors closed, no enter or exit. No enter or exit. Okay, fine. Right, so I can now stop talking about myself. It's been a fantastic day. I mean, Carsten says I should say something about the centre. The Firoz Lauji Centre for Africa, which is hosting this event, has been created with the help of a very generous donation from somebody who left Africa but has remained very engaged with it, Firoz Lauji, and it's been a tremendous journey with him over the last few years. And when we first started out working on this at the LSE, there were hardly any Africans studying at the LSE. And look at this. It's amazing to see this, the fourth African summit. And people often talk to me about capacity building. You know, we need to go to Africa and capacity building. I tell you, what we need to be, the capacity building from my point of view is the LSE. These events like this one have been a huge improvement at this institution here in London, in that it has allowed a pedagogic engagement with Africa that has been largely lost. There's so many scholars in the LSE who work on Africa, but engagement with actually Africans from Africa had been lost. And so Sandika's been involved in this journey as well. It's been tremendous that we've got this far. We still have a long way to go. As Julia was teasing me this morning, we're looking for lots of grants to start new research programs and bring more African scholars here, but also to run programs in Africa and work closely with African universities. I have a particular interest in working with African universities in war zones, like Gulu University up in the north of Uganda, and we're starting a close relationship with Njala University in Sierra Leone, which was at the center of the Ebola pandemic. All right, so now I'm going to introduce our speaker. Is he about to come in? We hope. You think? Maybe. Yes. Yes. Okay. So our speaker is Anas Armeo Anas. Now, like me, he has another identity. Many people get confused when they meet me, because they think I should be wearing a spacesuit, because as you probably know, I share the same name as the actor who plays Buzz Lightyear in Toy Story, which has been great for the sales of my books, actually. I mean, the actor Tim Allen, he also made a film called Shaggy Dog, which came out at about the same time as my book on the International Criminal Court, and you could buy them both from Amazon at the same time at a discount if you got both. I'm sure it caused a great deal of confusion. But our guest now coming to us today is somebody who works incognito. He is a courageous, a heroic figure in all sorts of ways, who's been exposing corruption in Africa, focusing on some terrible things that have been going on, particularly child abuse, and he does it as an undercover commentator. So I think he's not going to show us his face when he's with us today, and could you all refrain from hurling yourself at him and uncovering him? Is he now going to come in? Maybe. Yes? No? Where is he? A bit longer. A bit longer. Well, after I've been in Sudan, after I had been in Sudan for quite a long time, yeah, I came back to England and I thought, well, what am I going to do with my life now? I've spent 4 years living among Nur pastoralists and so on. So I thought, I better go and become an academic, otherwise I'll have to work for a living. And so I did economics and I thought, oh, this is a doddle. So I then switched into anthropology and then I went, oh, 1 minute, okay. And then I moved and I started researching in northern Uganda, and I've continued to research very closely, work very closely with that region for a very long time. I've been working with people affected by the war zone. As some of you know, I was an expert witness at the International Criminal Court trial recently. Does that mean he's about to come? No. Okay. Being a witness at the International Criminal Court was very strange. I had one day being interrogated by the prosecutor all about the crimes. The defense counsel was most interested in what is the effect of different kinds of possessions by different sorts of spirits on people's capacity to make choices. So I found myself being asked, what's it like being possessed by Chen compared with Tumi, compared with Jogi, which was rather strange. One of the things I found most strange about it is, imagine if it was the Milosevic trial and they brought Professor Wende from Uganda University to come and be the expert witness. It would have been very strange. But nobody seemed to find it odd to have me as the expert witness for a prosecution of an African. It's quite interesting when you think about it, isn't it? I went to Uganda immediately after I'd been a witness. I went to the places where the alleged crimes had occurred. And lots of people were teasing me about it. But there was a general consensus it was actually quite a good idea to have some strange British professor talking about these things, because if anybody had been the expert witness from Uganda, everybody would have assumed he or she had an agenda. Whereas with me, they just thought I was stupid. So they could all bond around it, whatever their particular positions were. So maybe it's that's a model for the future development of international justice. Is he here with us yet? No. After I had been at the... We could go on for a while. What? I could take questions. Has anybody got any questions? Has anybody got any questions about my life, about anything you want to know about my life? Yes, a question, yes.
So what did the Nur say about the Nur?
What did the Nur say about the Nur? The Nur had a lot to say about the Nur, actually. The Nur, are there any Nur here? The Nur name for themselves means the person. They don't actually use the term person for other people. So they have a certain sense of their own importance. The main thing they said about me being a Nur was that I should keep my clothes on, because when I take them off and get burnt, I look like raw meat. So I wasn't allowed to walk around with no clothes on very much. But it was a very interesting experience. I drank a lot of blood and milk and urine. It was a very strange experience. I hope my children never do any of the things that I did when I was their age. You know, that's been one of my... Fortunately, my son recently said to me, and I said, what do you want to do when you grow up? He said, something that's reasonably well paid and safe, Daddy. Yeah. So I thought, so he's definitely learned something. Yeah. Any other questions about... Anybody want to know something about the Africa Centre? Carsten would be very keen if somebody wants to talk about the Africa Centre. Yes.
My question is on the previous point.
Yeah.
Is there a way where we can get maybe additional time to engage with panelists on education? Because I think we have so many.
Well, why don't we do it while we're waiting? Yes. Okay. Oh, what? I can't hear what you're saying. Yes. Where is he? Yeah. What are you asking me about him? He's there. He hasn't gone. Oh, well, we're going to bring the panel up here? No, I was thinking, no, I think we just do it, we'll do it from the floor. Can we not do it from the floor? Oh, wait. Oh, apparently he's here. All right. No? Yes? No? I hope it's going to be good after all of this. Oh. The expectation is, I mean, it's much better doing it this way, isn't it? You know, because it's not boring. What are we going to do? We're taking questions? He's about to come. He's about to come. But I mean, I think the point about the questions about the education panel, I mean, we ought to try to find a bit of space. I'm not quite sure when we're going to do it. Are you here tomorrow? Maybe we can have a think about it. We've got a very packed program, haven't we? But we'll have a look. I mean, it was true. It was all a bit contained. Be nice to... Have we got any time for any questions? Everybody's looking like they're at a wedding over there. Are you at a wedding or a funeral? Wedding or funeral? Okay. Right. Who's got a question on the education panel? Is education a good idea? Who... You think it's a good idea? Who thinks education's overrated? Okay, all right, come on, seriously. Any questions on the panel that someone wanted to ask? Yeah, you have a question? Is there a microphone for the question, please? You have to shout really loud. There's a microphone there. Can you use that microphone?
And when I check at your schools, it's a very good initiative. They are low-cost private schools, but they are located in areas where only the few rich elite can access them. So my question is, what are your plans in the future to make sure that this initiative is accessible to the people who actually need it, not the people who already have access? Thank you very much.
going to play the video. We're going to play the video. That means I can leave the stage. We're going to wait 2 minutes. And then we're going to play the video. 2 minutes. We've got a 2-minute question. 2-minute question.
A lot of African governments prioritize the urban elite over rural areas of their country. So, for example, in Ghana, like rice and cocoa production actually fell after we became independent from the UK. So I was wondering, in the modern context, how much focus should there be on promoting agriculture so that African nations aren't dependent upon subsidized rice? And in Ghana, we have like literally fake Chinese plastic rice sometimes. So I know that there's loads of stuff. We talked about like neoliberal markets and that kind of thing, whereas African development is often around smallholders, people with small plots of land who are subsistence farmers and then sell their goods for money to pay for the education of their children, that kind of thing. Do you guys see any development in the agricultural economy to make sure that subsistence farmers can become like cooperatives and shareholders who can actually bring rural communities out of poverty without relying on like relatively bourgeois notions of further education? Thank you.
Do we have time for a bit more questions? No, is he here? Oh, is he really there now? This is it? Play the video now? We're going to have to let that question hang.
A quick question, yeah, thank you.
But apparently he's here now. So
it's a very quick question to Professor Ka.
We
talk about
I'm sorry. He's now going to come, and Nas is coming.
Okay.
I'm so sorry. I know. I spent all the time talking about my life, and we'll try and find a moment. Is he really coming?
We're going to play the video.
And then it's going to happen. So I don't have to introduce him again. We've done it. I'm off. All right. Bye. Many thanks.
This is not a story of my life. It is a story of my society, driven by the need for social change. It is about fostering development that the states are always had.
The night of the 12th of last month, the rebels did attack town, burnt down some houses, looted others, and captured the chief of the village and several of his people on suspicion that they were trafficking in arms.
My kind of journalism is very risky. It comes with all the traps and the threats. Every second counts. decide to take the risk, any miscalculation can lead to fatal consequences. There are lives involved. It is classified and sensitive. It can be deadly but important. It is often in the interest of the state. It is never a solo mission. I don't do this work alone. I do it with a team. I collaborate with civil society, foreign counterparts, undercover Ghanaian journalists, state institutions, and other security agencies. Together, we name, shame, and jail the bad guys in the society. I don't try to be all things to all people. I only try to do everything for the good of my society. My name is Anas Arumi Anas. My methods will not be comfortable to the bad guys. But extreme diseases call for extreme remedies. If you are a bad guy and you about to knock on the door, then I can tell you it is not nice.
Courageous journalists like Anas, who risked his life to report the truth.
Take a spark, just a spark, and I think Anas has provided that spark for the whole edifice to blow up, for people to wake up and say, no more. Something has to be done.
Test. Test. Yes? Test. Test. Test.
Test.
This is it? Yes. Thank you. Thank you very much. Sorry about that.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. It looks like there are no African students here. Good evening. Good evening. Great. It's an honor to be here. And I must say that it's quite impressive to meet all of you again, and especially my colleagues who are here. I must say that this is not your typical keynote address. It's going to be a dialogue. We all have to brainstorm because I know that there are very strong men and women from the continent here who it's better to be realistic and to tell it as it is. I'd want to acknowledge the presence of a very senior person, senior journalist who I have learned and respect so much over the years. Ladies and gentlemen, Mr. Sorios Samora. Of course, Mr. Ron McKellar, our boss, Clive, and all of them are here. I have a very strong Al Jazeera team who have come to say hi. And thank you for coming, all of you. I'm particularly excited because of the topic we chose today. When we talk about challenging the African, it means that we have to come out of those old shells, those paradigms, and perhaps redefine our style, our thinking, our orientation of doing things. See, and I'm going to be brutally frank with all of you here. My journalism started some 15 years ago. I started the Ghana Institute of Journalism. I learned the traditional journalism. I then came out of school and went into my society to go and work. I noticed something different, that maybe journalism in my part of the world should undergo some cosmetic changes. So this is what I did. I decided that I'll do 3 things. That is naming, shaming, and jailing. It started on a very rocky note. But why did I do what I do? Or why did I choose this phenomenon? Because I was dealing with my society, and I understood my people very, very well. When I say naming, shaming, and jailing, what I simply mean is that after I've used the hidden camera to capture hardcore evidence, what I do is that I team up with law enforcement agencies. And at the end of the day, we put the bad guys in jail. So again, I testify in the law courts about the evidence that I've gotten. And at the end of the day, the people are jailed. So many people have gone to jail as a result of my work. I've taken many roles undercover. I've been a woman undercover. I've been a pastor undercover. I've been a prison inmate. I've been a patient at the psychiatric hospital. I've gone undercover and played so many roles. But the key thing that I look out for is results-oriented journalism. That's what I've always looked at. And I dare say that the results are palpable. The Chinese sex mafia film that I did has ended up in putting the bad guys in jail for 45 years. The Human for Sale Dawn's story on trafficking also ended up putting these same bad guys in jail for 8 years. Nana Kwesi Agyeman, a man who was raping girls as young as 3, is in jail for 15 years. Talk of the cocoa smuggling story. They are in jail for 16 years. So you see, I am not telling you about the experiment. I am telling you about what works in my society. I can feel it already. Some of you, of course, you're going to say this is no journalism. Perhaps some would think that I'm in bed with government because I collaborate with civil society and government. Yes, that's a fair comment. But hey, nobody defines what journalism means in my society. You see, the essence of journalism is this whole point of ensuring that society progresses. There is no point in doing journalism that doesn't lead to the progress of society. So I can understand. And we've read all the fantastic books about how journalism should be done, independence of the journal. I am saying that, yes, it might work here, it might work in Canada, it might work in the US, but hey, in my world, it doesn't work. So yes, you may have defined journalism according to what you saw in your society. And I'm saying that if you move that same principle into my village in Bimbila, it doesn't work. How do we know this? And what is the lesson here? As African students, as we gather, as we learn from the big books, as we attend all the good Ivy League schools, we should note that it's not everything that we learn that is going to be workable in our society. Surely not. See, some of the images I'm going to show you are not exciting. But I was told that I am coming to meet Western and African audience. I cannot hide the facts from you. We have to see it as it is. So maybe beginning, you are not going to be happy with some of the images, which will of course be the reality. But perhaps as we progress, you will understand. Also, there are criticisms. This is vigilante journalism. This is bad journalism and all that. Fair comment. But I dare say again and again that that piece of work is for my people. And if there is anybody to understand my people well, then it is me who must understand them. I dare say again, I can't fly into London here and pretend to know everything that the journalists know. So yes, as you disagree with us every day about our content and what we want to do and all that, we want to tell you that what we've done is specially tailored for our people. Maybe we should start with a few videos. And I would use this to ask you questions that if you were me, facing these problems in your society, what were you going to do? Please proceed with the video. So, I was undercover in prison. It's called the Insawan prisons in Ghana. And when what I saw there was not nice. The images you see there are that of my colleagues. How were you expecting me to get this evidence out? It was a sad moment. Our food was great. You see, it was more easier getting heroin and cocaine in the prison than even in the outside. These are the realities of our world. That boy you saw there was my roommate. He died eventually. And these things happen daily in our African prisons. What are we doing about it? Do you just want to write stories about it and go to bed? I was again undercover in the psychiatric hospital in Accra, Ghana. What you see there is the prison. I call it prison because you feel more imprisoned in the psychiatric hospital. This girl was suffering from epilepsy. And nobody took care for her. And like I keep on saying, sometimes you would ask yourself whether the people you are in there with are human beings at all. You know, we were sold heroin and cocaine by the same staff within the hospital. Sorry. We are not here to dance. We are here to watch reality. This was the orphanage home that I went in. It's the realities of our society. And as we jump and come to school here, we cannot forget that that's home. And we need to come back home and contribute. These are kids. How else were you expecting me to do this? I should not ensure that these bad guys go to jail because you've propounded a theory that says that journalists must be independent. If society bends, it bends all of us. So yes, I'll respect your disagreement with me, but I say no, I can't do that. These are our realities. Enemies of the nation. That is my ex-president.
You see that some image or an image in front of me counting money. You didn't see the money was being given to me, but the next moment you see the money in my hands counting.
These vehicles, before they leave the harbor, must be inspected. If you don't want to be delayed, you have to follow tradition. This man is very careful. He is head of the Tiger Eye team.
Pause. Pause, please. So, what you saw, enemies of the nation, one fine morning I was there and I had a call from our ex-president. His problem was simple. He's put the police, he's put the national security, he's put the BNI to watch over our cocoa. But unfortunately, the job they were given to do there was not being properly carried out. They were stealing all the cocoa, or better still, most of it was being diverted to other countries. Again, who watches the watchman? I'm sure it's probably unethical for the president of America to call CNN and say, I want you to do this and that. Mine is open. Unethical or not, I collaborated with the state. We went in, and the result was not nice. As we speak, all those people you see, most of them are languishing in jail. You see, if you have stronger institutions, then you need not worry. But what continent are we in? We are in a deprived continent, and we can't pretend about that. You and I know, we know what our societies look like. We know what the police look like. So do we know the judiciary. So you see, it's about building strong institutions. Perhaps America, UK, and others are over 200 years. Africa, 50 years and counting. So we cannot expect to be the same as the West is. And the earlier we sit and rethink the paradigm and define things that inure to our benefit, the better. And listen, I am not talking about a dictatorial paradigm in journalism. No. Look, I keep saying, whatever I publish is not sacrosanct. And as we move forward, you will see it, that I'm subjected to critical scrutiny. For me, at the end of the day, the most important thing is to have the hardcore evidence. The evidence that suggests that the person is in the wrong. Give that person a fair opportunity to come with his lawyers and cross-examine whatever you have done. That is what I call fairness. Now, the images you are seeing there is Dr. Dra, the abortion sex lord. What was this man doing? What he does is, females who go for abortion, and don't forget, abortion is illegal in my country and many other African countries. What he does is that under anesthesia, he ends up sleeping with the girls, yes, who come for the abortion. And then you want to tell me that when I pick up my cameras and I go undercover to go and film this person, and I go and testify in the court of law, I'm being unethical? What are you talking about? Is it because it's not affecting you? So yes, I welcome your criticisms. I just disagree. Please proceed with the video. So I went undercover in that hospital as a cleaner and eventually filmed, teamed up with the Ghana Police Service. We went and we arrested him. And as I speak, the court process is going on. Now we are going international. This is the spell of the albino. Again, I'm sorry. Your picture is not nice.
Who admitted they'd killed spirit children before. None of these said they were willing to poison my child. This is the soothsayer shrine.
So these people, pause. Yes. So The Spirit Children is a film that was done by Al Jazeera Africa Investigate series and was directed by Seamus. This film is about child infanticide happening between Ghana and Burkina Faso. What was happening in our society was that simple, that a child who is born of deformity is fed with a concoction and killed. And what is irritating about all this is the child sometimes is exceptionally smart. He's at 1 year, he starts mentioning names of everybody in the house, and they say, we suspect this child must be a witch. So let us feed that child with concoction and kill it. Now, most of the people I met, the soothsayers and others, were quoting figures of, I've killed over 1,000, I've killed over 400, and they saw it as very normal in society. Now, if I don't go and film this to educate my people, that is wrong. Who else will? We built a prosthetic baby, and we went into this area. And we went to see the soothsayer and told him that this was our baby. And we thought the baby was evil. We didn't even finish. He had come to a firm conclusion that the child was so evil. A prosthetic baby was that evil and was causing my downfall in life. You can imagine how many children would have been killed innocently as a result of this bad cultural practice. So, proceed with the video.
In our dummy child and place it on a makeshift bed in the secret camera room, while the area crime officer and his 2 remaining colleagues sit in the monitoring room. From here, they will keep patient vigil and be ready to move in. We make our way into the bedroom where they demand I hand over the child. They still don't know it's a replica.
So we busted them. And again, you have to remember that I never possess powers of arrest.
Counted 62 albinos who were killed.
We are in Tanzania.
Who had limbs amputated, and the bodies of 12 albinos were exhumed.
Claudio von Planta. I'm sorry about that.
How will I feel? It's horrible. It's horrible.
But this is the reality of our continent.
Yes.
And whether we go to London, we go to US, we'll still come back home. This will be waiting.
Investigation, and it's time to get involved myself. ISAC gives me the contact of a witch doctor who is suspected of being involved in the albino trade. I pose as a customer who wants to become rich. He continues for half an hour talking about curses, black magic, and the need of special medicine to boost my luck and success. That's it. It's time to scare him with my arm.
Tell him I brought him a present. You should take it. Take it. He's what I told you. Sorry for what? You go ahead. Yes.
Yes. So this was the work in Tanzania among many other countries.
International aid agencies donate billions of dollars of food aid to Ghana every year.
So when we cry we are poor, and the West decide to help us with food, this is what we do.
Whose job it is to make sure hungry children get enough to eat. A man in one of the major towns in the north, Navrongo, was selling boxes of donated food. Inside his house, a huge supply of food aid ready for sale. It was time to bring in the police. Out of those arrested, only the nutrition officer was ultimately charged. The others were helpers and didn't know the goods had been stolen.
So if these people are depriving minority children and pregnant women from food, you want me to sit with them and smile with them?
And this time I am using it against a new enemy.
They definitely belong to jail.
You can't predict what they will do. You were first taken to the National Bank.
See, my country has a lot of gold, and we try to woo investors so that when they come into the country and they invest, we'll be able to provide good pipe-borne water for villages. And yet, some people take some of these investors for granted. Clive Patterson, Inside News, directed this film. See, my journalism may not be palatable to all, but at the end of the day, I have to address the core issues that bother our society. In Nigeria, we looked at quack doctors, and I bet you the story was not nice.
To publicly shame him as a fake doctor.
I said you are a doctor. Put it in your name.
Anas Arinyo Anas and Rosemary Rahuni investigate the Nigerian conman promising to cure infertility and the maternity clinics selling babies for cash.
We have made an appointment with one such medic, Mr. Akimbode Demilola. He operates from a pharmacy in Delta State. He has all the trappings of a medical doctor, but alas, none of the qualifications.
Pause. See, so the Africa Investigate series is a very unique program for Africans. And I am glad I've had the opportunity to work with Ron McKellar, Clive, Hugh, and all of them who are here today on this wonderful program. Because it is not that type of program that dictates to us what ought to be done by the international media, or better still, what the international media wants to see. It affords us the opportunity to team up with local journalists and to work together. So, as you watch all these images, I don't do it alone. I do it with a very strong and supporting team. And All of them have held my life together. Without them, I wouldn't be standing in front of you talking. And I can only say thank you to all these people. And I hardly get the opportunity to have them sit to listen to me when I speak about them. Please help me to give a round of applause to Mr. Ron McKellar. Ron, we are waiting to see your face. This man has directed every single work that I have done. So you see, as we disagree with the paradigms of the West, we still smile with the West because they direct it. But we respectfully disagree with their paradigm because it doesn't work in our society. Look, as African students, we have to be challenged. And you see, we are not like other continents. We are in a hurry to put fundamental structures in place. Every second. Not a child, but children die in Africa. And I am sure that before I go to the judges, which I know most of you are waiting for, I would let you into one of the biggest phenomenon that is yet to hit Africa. The famine. But even before I go there, let's let the videos speak. Please proceed.
This is a mysterious little device, the size of a smartphone. It also diagnoses me with pelvic inflammatory disease, an infection of the female reproductive organs.
Money instantly brings smiles onto their faces.
Young girls have been turned into baby-making machines.
After paying to register, we got a call the next day from the woman at Destiny Child Home to tell us they had found a baby for us. Several days later, a second nurse from Basic Clinic called to tell us a baby was coming up for sale.
If you want to buy a baby, you can come after this talk. So, I keep saying that as Africans, we need to have a different orientation. And I say this looking at the problems we have in our society. Chameleon was one of the films done on my work by Ryan Mullins.
But when journalists begin to play James Bond, it's trouble.
And from the second paragraph, we go to the neck. And the neck might be nothing but the facts. Now, what you see here is me in disguise. Me dressed as a shape. What you see here is me disguised as a rock.
It's an asset. It's a means to an end. I'm in handcuffs with him right now. Yes, we are in handcuffs. Exciting.
So, that is justice. Please pause. Yes. Before I jump onto this, like I have said already, the biggest problem yet to come for Africa, and I'm happy to share it with you. And you can look at the UN reports on this famine I'm talking about. 3 types. Where does it hit? South Sudan, Nigeria, Somalia. These are real issues. And over 20 million Africans are going to die. These are realities. How do me and you contribute to ensure that this doesn't happen? And you see, the irritating thing about this famine is that it's man-made. It's our people. Our people are so busy fighting that they cannot even see the problem. Over 1.4 million children are expected to die. You see, when somebody collates trouble that is about to happen and they show to you, and as a people, you can't do anything about it, it's so sad. It happened last year, it's still going. And the UN has made it projections. They don't even have enough money to help solve the situation. So it's man-made. And our people who are supposed to look back and save all these millions of people from their death are very busy fighting wars. I know some of you will come from Nigeria. I know some of you will come from Somalia, South Sudan. What are we doing as a people to ensure that we deal with this phenomenon? And when I say as a people, I'm not talking of a Western solution to our problems. I'm talking about solutions that are defined by our people. Solutions that are workable in our frame of mind and our frame of issues. These solutions cannot be provided by someone sitting in New York. The one in New York cannot tell you your problems better than yourself who live in your society. So the challenge is all of us as a people. How do we ensure that we contribute so that some of these big problems, and you know, the UN report actually says that it's the biggest human catastrophe we are going to have after the Second World War. What more do we want to hear as a people? The war drums have been beaten. How do we put ourselves together to find permanent solutions to this particular problem? Justice. 34 judges, 148 judicial staff. Ghana's judiciary was under siege. Please proceed with the video.
History of Africa and the extraordinary man who carried it off.
Doesn't matter who you are, wherever you are hiding, I come with my cameras.
Al Jazeera's been recording what happened.
At the end of the investigations, we got 34 judges.
A genocide is one of Ghana's most senior judges, sitting in the High Court and dealing with the most important cases. In Tamale, northern Ghana, NASA's investigators went to see if they could influence the outcome of a rape case. It was an appeal hearing.
This is Ansujawo. Ansujawo is a well-respected High Court judge.
The judge's
Pause,
actress,
please.
nobody should know that he accepted the cash.
I think let's take the way.
You see, judges are the last hope of society. Whenever there is a problem in the society, we all aim and look at a fair judicial process. So when you find judges being corrupt, it's worrying. It's a huge problem. So perhaps as we think of our economic problems, we must as well ask ourselves, what kind of judicial system do we operate in? Does it ensure fairness to everybody? This is what took me to do this undercover work. And I'm very, very proud of it. Because like I said, my work is not sacrosanct. As we speak, over 28 of these judges have been sacked, and over 100 of the judicial staff are home. How did I achieve this? I achieved this because what I did was based on hardcore evidence, and I have been subjected to critical scrutiny. Like I said, my work is not sacrosanct. So at the end of the day, when a committee is set up and put before this committee, whoever I'm accusing brings his lawyer, sometimes 6, 7 lawyers cross-examine me. And I show the evidence I have. So it's not as if you are living in a world where whatever you say is the gospel or is the truth. The people you accuse are given a fair chance in my paradigm to answer the questions. And I say that if this is not effective, What else is effective to you? You know, whenever I look at justice, a few things go through my head. And one of those things is, perhaps, just perhaps, if we had a decent judge in Somalia, maybe the Hutus and Tutsis wouldn't have fought. Maybe the genocide would not have happened. You see, fairness is a very essential commodity in life. Anybody who feels unfairly treated, especially in defense of a family property or land, will go at all lengths to ensure that they get justice. And you see, Ghana is just the tip of the iceberg. Have you thought about Nigeria? Have you thought about Kenya? Have you thought about South Africa? And for those who want to see more, Ghana is a pilot project. We are coming to your country soon. And all those bad guys have limited time. We'll come and get them. So, we have to learn to think and act differently if we want to change society. It doesn't come easy. You want to know the problems. Jeez. Loss of it. Threat to life. No social life. Nothing. But we have to persevere as a people if we want to make that change. Making a change is not a tea party. At all. If you think that it's going to be easy, then when you finish school, please stay here. Stay here. But coming home is going to be a rough terrain. Some of your problems will be from your own people, your families, your chiefs, because they don't understand you. So in making a change, we ought to know that it comes with prices to pay. As we pay the prices, we shouldn't forget that some people have died paying price or prices for our various countries. People have sacrificed their lives. It is our turn to do our bit. Please proceed with the video.
John Enda Bugri is one of a number of lawyers acting for the judges named and shamed in the film. Thousands of people have been given free tickets to see the undercover epic, which features 34 judges filmed allegedly accepting bribes. A police convoy escorts Anas's car because he's received several death threats.
This is Justice Derry. He's one of the judges who have really tormented me in this investigation. He's filed many suits. This is male. He actually said that normally it's 10,000 plus when you're dealing with the likes of Justice Derry because he's a big judge.
Newly qualified graduates are called to the bar in Ghana. This is a joyful occasion, but Anas's expose has also cast a major cloud over the proceedings. The saga has not impressed the Chief Justice.
Sometimes you take a spark, just a spark, and I think Anas has provided that spark for the whole edifice to blow up, for people to wake up and say, no more. Something has to be done.
Ladies and gentlemen, we want that change. And that change is within you as Africans and African students. I want you to know that you have the capacity, you have the strength, you have the tenacity, the zeal and everything to make that change happen. We have been fortunate to get some very good education. You know LSE, I don't have to tell you, you know. You know LSE. Or you are not proud of your school. as we prepare for that journey back home, we should know that society expects so much from us. Some of us are not going to be able to survive it. Some of us will see the tribulations. We have to stand very firm as the troubles come. I have always said, you may disagree with my style. You may criticize me. But I can tell you, extreme remedies are the most appropriate for extreme diseases. And I belong to the remedy. Thank you very much.
Wow. Thank you so much, my fellow Ghanaian brother Anas. I just had to put that in there. Thank you so much. That was a great presentation. Due to time constraints, we won't be having questions and answers, but you can email all your questions to lseafricasummit@gmail.com and we'll forward them to Anas. Thank you, Anas. This is really what it means to be built for Africa. And I just want to highlight a few things from his presentation. He said, I welcome your criticisms, I just disagree. I think I'm going to be using that all the time as a defense mechanism. He also said he has suffered threat to life, no social life, but we have to persevere as a people if we want to create change. And he said creating change is not a tea party. That's a great takeaway. Okay, we really apologize for the delay in the schedule. We really do hope you stay with us. We have exciting things coming up. Before we move on to the next session, I would like to thank a few people who have really supported us through this journey. First, His Excellency, the Vice President of Mauritius, who gave the keynote address. Our other keynote speakers, Dr. Mahamadou Ka, that was an amazing presentation, and Anas Arameo Anas, of course. Dr. Julia Black, who was here with us early on. Dr. Tim Allen, who is right there. Dr. Tim Allen. No, I'm saying thank you. We also have Karsten Vogel. Thank you so much, Karsten. And Sarah Mia from the Africa Center. We have Bianca Monso. Sorry, Bianca. We have Peter Campbell and Roxana. Peggy, Kim, and Amanda at the LSE Advancements. We have the LSE Africa Summit alumni, especially Eki. Hi, Eki. She's been a pillar of support for us, and we are really thankful for that. We have Terry at LSE Conferences, the LSE security team. They've done a lot for us today. LSE service divisions, and everyone who's here today. We hope you'll be joining us tomorrow. And before we leave, can I just thank my team? Where is everyone? For those here, can you please just come so everyone sees you? The whole LSE Africa Summit team. Amanda, the Africa Summit team. You can just wave. Okay, they've gone to the breakout sessions. So next, we'll be having 3 breakout sessions. They'll be quite brief, so please do stay behind for those. We have the first one, which is Harnessing Africa's Informal Economy. The second one, Innovative Design, Locally Contextualized Solutions. And the third one, which is a workshop on research, transparency, and reproducibility in social sciences. You can choose any of the 3. The ushers will be outside to direct you to the Clement House. Thank you. Thank you for coming.
Also in your brochure, you see the map, although the volunteers are outside directing you.